Всем доброе утро. Меня зовут Александр Катков, и я сопредседатель на конференции по социальной психотерапии, которая проводится в рамках программы первого межконтинентального конгресса по психотерапии с таким названием «Планета психотерапии. Дети, семья, общество, будущее». Вот первое, что я хочу сказать, это то, что наша конференция здесь полностью охватывает два эти определения – общество и будущее. И вместе со мной сопредседатель нашей конференции Титова Влада Викторовна. Вот я прошу любить и жаловать, мы вдвоем будем вести нашу сегодняшнюю программу. И первое, что я хочу сделать, это поприветствовать собравшихся здесь. И в очном формате у нас есть участники, и в заочном формате, вот они собираются сейчас. Я думаю, что это время, наше совместное время, будет интересным для всех наших участников. Я, конечно, хочу выразить благодарность нашим организаторам, ну, во-первых, агентству «Интерфакс Северо-Запад» в лице директора Людмилы Дмитриевны Фомичевой и генеральному директору Инге Сергеевне Буриковой, которая принимала участие в организации нашей конференции. Вот она здесь присутствует, и она сегодня будет в числе наших докладчиков. И всем нашим коллегам, которые обеспечивают техническую трансляцию нашей конференции. Мы работаем по двум Zoom-каналам, еще по двум YouTube-каналам с синхронным переводом на английский язык. Так что вот у нас много технических наших помощников. Я им чрезвычайно благодарен за вот эти сегодняшние и завтрашние дни. Ну и самое последнее, перед тем, как я предоставлю приветственное слово президенту нашего межконтинентального конгресса Виктору Викторовичу Макарову, я все-таки хочу сказать вот о чем. Дело в том, что сегодняшняя наша конференция представляет лицо современной психотерапии. Никакой натяжки в этом определении нет. Все доклады, которые вы услышите сегодня, основаны на фактах, на реализованных моделях социальной психотерапии. Это не наши намерения или наши предположения какие-то, что если мы сделаем так, то будет вот это. Нет, это то, что есть на сегодняшний день. И вот здесь мы вспомним интеллектуала и гуру современности Уильяма Гибсона, который говорил о том, что будущее уже наступило, только оно неравномерно распределено. Вот наша конференция как раз и наши результаты, которые здесь представляют, вот это и есть будущее психотерапии, которое наступило. И это особенно интересно, конечно. И сейчас я с большим удовольствием представляю слово профессору, доктору медицинских наук, президенту нашего конгресса, президенту национальной саморегулируемой организации «Союз психотерапевтов и психологов», президенту профессиональной психотерапевтической лиги, это самая крупная профессиональная ассоциация психотерапевтическая в Российской Федерации, которая действует. Ну, еще много титулов есть у профессора Виктора Викторовича Макарова. Пожалуйста, Виктор Викторович, мы все вас внимательно слушаем.
Дорогой Александр Лазаревич, дорогая Влада Викторовна, мы 8 лет готовили наш конгресс, и вот сейчас такой волнующий момент, когда этот конгресс начинается. Это первый межконтинентальный экстерриториальный конгресс «Психотерапия 2022. Дети, семья, общество, будущее». Наши участники конгресса, многие онлайн, в разных странах. У нас будет...
Вот, к сожалению, у нас... Есть возможность технической коррекции?
Это у него, это не у нас, Александр Ильич, потому что мы не видим его здесь в зоне.
Ну хорошо, я думаю, что у нас будет еще время, если у Виктора Викторовича будет возможность выйти к нам со второй частью своего приветствия, вот так вот скажем, это очень важно, услышать слова председателя нашего конгресса. У нас такая возможность.
We'll proceed with our work. So let's start to listen to our first speaker. So now it's my pleasure to announce the first report, Strategies for the Development of Psychotherapy in the Current Time, Framework, Concept and Meta-Model of Social Psychotherapy as the main strategic components. And the speaker is Mr. Alexander Katkov, who is a Doctor of Medical Sciences, Professor, Vice President of IPPL, Chairman of Academic Council of the National SRO Union of Psychotherapists and Psychologists, Russia, St. Petersburg. Mr. Katkov, the floor is yours. Well, distinguished colleagues, we'll start with our work today, and I'm happy to be the first speaker. And I want to underline the name of the speech, the psychotherapy and its strategies of its development in the current time. Do we have any strategies actually? Yeah, there are certain strategies in the development of psychotherapy. There was, you can now see in my hand a very particular document that is called the Strategies for the Development of Psychotherapy in the Russian Federation. It was approved at the 23rd meeting of the League. So this is actually the real result of our work. So we're not talking about some hypothesis here. We're talking about the real situation. You all know that this document was thoroughly discussed in the Russian Federation. I see Madam Bumanova here, who is the editor of psychological newspaper, and this strategy was published in this particular newspaper, and it actually provoked lots of interest from the professional society. But surely, we don't try to separate Russian psychotherapy from the foreign strategies. And our offers, our suggestions for the strategies in the current situation were made even earlier than those strategies published by our colleagues. And you probably know that we published certain parts of those strategies in the relevant professional newspaper that I already mentioned. This strategic document I showed you once again, it was translated. It is also accompanied by the declaration. This declaration was supposed to be discussed during the international congress that we were going to host. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible. We believe that during this international congress, we could have approved those documents. They were the result of our thorough work that lasted for several years. And today and tomorrow, actually, I want to show you that we've been working on our studies, on our strategy for more than 24 years. This is actually very thoroughly thought, and it is based on lots of evidence, scientific evidence and scientific studies that were carried out throughout this quarter of a century. This was a short introduction to my speech, and now I will pay attention to two main components of my report. I'll be talking about what is the framework concept, and we'll see what are main strategic directions. So actually, what is the framework concept? There are several definitions of this. For example, Klaus Grave, Menard Perret, and Ursula Braun from Switzerland, they were working on the framework concept in the beginning of 90s, and were saying that this framework concept of psychotherapy should be first presented to the professional community and then to our main partners that are our clients, that is society. And they believe that the framework concept of psychotherapy reflects the boundaries of the psychotherapy. This is the idea of psychotherapy. Many people still believe that the psychotherapy is a part of a medicine type of psychotherapy and part of medicine. We believe that the lack of the thoroughly thought framework concept actually leads to the situation when part of professional community believe that psychotherapy is a special field of psychotechnical art form or kind of a psychotechnical craftsmanship, or at least psychotherapy is an applied psychotechnical part of so-called scientific disciplines like psychology or maybe general medicine. Also, now many people believe that psychotherapy is a kind of a psychotechnical continuation of psychology. That is not really right. And why it's important to have a thoroughly thought framework concept. Many people say that there is a crisis of the psychotherapeutical knowledge. You see, this is the publication by Mr. Miller, who is the head of the evaluation agency at the Ministry of Health of the US. This is a person who actually, he's a part of some agency that actually monitors all institutions who are related to the psychotherapy. And he writes about the crisis of psychotherapy. And another quote, this is that says that psychotherapy was given a mortal blow, that the market is huge and nothing is clear. People don't know how to get this psychotherapeutical treatment and so on. So this all shows this the situation of instability, of uncertainty on the market. And this was a quote by Prohaska and Norcross. The framework concept of social psychotherapy, this is something that is absolutely evidently based on the studies and is a part of the general theory of psychotherapy. And I already told you that today we'll be talking about the real results of our work. You see, those 2 volumes of the general theory of psychotherapy, those are only 2 volumes. We are quite weighty. No, it's even hard to hold in hand. We also have the digital versions of these quite big works. Those works been carried out for more than 2 decades. What I also want to mention is that the framework concept of the modern psychotherapy should take into account the relevant needs of a person, of a society, and also the most perspective, potential possibilities of development of a professional psychotherapy in a rather difficult situation of many demands. And now a bit to the thematic publications. The general theory of psychotherapy that I've shown you, the 2 volumes. In our website, you can find all the possible digital versions. And I don't want to say that we are talking about some absolute truths today. No, we are here to discuss about what is already certain. The general theory of psychotherapy is already here. It's very important to have this step from the empirical knowledge to the theoretical knowledge. This is a huge step for the humanity. And I've been saying many times throughout those years, if we want to sustain our profession and be comfortable in this profession, what we need to do, we need to lay paths for the development of our profession. And the framework concept is such a road, such a path for the development of our field. It shows, it gives us the sense of stability in our profession. When we are talking about the framework concept, what key definitions are important for us? We actually clarify the following questions. One updated framework concept of psychotherapy is needed at all. What is the differentiated content of a term framework concept of psychotherapy? We also understand very well the object field of psychotherapy, because this is the source of every science. If we know what is the object of the science, then the science really exists. Another question that we clarify by all of us, which is specific professional and other fields of activity that are covered by psychotherapy? What population groups are included in psychotherapeutic activities? And also, another question is whether the psychotherapy is an art or craft or a part of the general studies, a part of the very new science. All of this helps us to define the term of psychotherapy. And we also, through answering those questions, we define what are the perspectives of the science. So what are the next parts of our work? I want to present you the content of the new framework concept and try to be using the very understandable terms. So let's have a look at those main ideas and main concepts.
Right, let's look at the demands of the population. How are those taken into account in the unprecedented framework concept? The first is the transition from the so-called club models to innovative models of psychotherapy that allow us to cover the entire population and provide them with effective and individual psychotherapy approach.
такого очень опасного социального явления
allows us to prevent destructive social epidemics. Those are the epidemic of chemical dependencies, the epidemic of the destructive economic dependency. All these pandemics have a negative potential. 25% of the population at least is involved into these destructive social epidemics, and therefore it is clear what a scope of action we must undertake. Our focus groups are those who are the highly vulnerable ones, those who suffer from adaptation over pressure, those who demonstrate destructive behaviors, so on and so forth. All these particular groups are the knowledge of our colleagues. Our colleagues are great experts. And then we develop quality standards, and it is clear how to manage the quality of psychotherapy aid. However, let's look at the following thing. The next slide demonstrates the population groups that are embraced by this model. Those are members of the society who do not consider them as being vulnerable or as being diseased. On top of that, those who are active, those who are longevity focused, and the members of the population who are prone to particular conditions, for example, those who are highly focused on adaptive intelligence. Those are representatives of the governmental structures who are interested in social stability and effective overcoming of social crises, as well as intellectuals, politicians, members of culture, those who are in for sustaining the order, and so on. Once again, as said, our key partner is the population overall. This is what is meant by social psychotherapy that embraces all these groups of the population. Please, could you do me a favor to switch over the slides? My second idea is that we are moving from the monofunctional psychotherapy to multifunctional psychotherapy. Earlier, social psychotherapy was monofunctional, but now we believe that it is a sonogenic tool to enhance the health of the population. On top of that, it enhances social stability and allows us to avoid both local and intellectual crises. Next idea is the framework concept of social psychotherapy in terms of the demands of the society. This is a different point of view, which is highly exciting. I'm really sorry for this terminology, but from everywhere, excuse my language, from everywhere do we hear that there is instability, indefiniteness, that it's very difficult to find your way. And our life is so stressful, unembraceable. And therefore, we are amid distrust, hopelessness, and despair. So this is the vibrant atmosphere where the entire population exists. Social psychotherapy promotes our key partner, which is the population, to resource-intensive patterns of life, to being resourceful in how to find these resources to sustain. Which means temporality, integrity and confidence. This means TIC, TIC. This identifies hope, knowledge, and trust. All these three components are highly relevant. And at least as said, 25% of the population are amid crisis, whereas 70% are those who have not yet entered into the crisis, so they are quite unstable and wavery. Considering that there is concerned effort, we would be able to resuscitate this unstable population. Normally, these ideas are not considered by psychotherapy. Our key idea is to speak a language of resources. And there are, as it was said in 1980s and 90s, there are very simple ideas that guide the majority of the population in the world and allows them to adapt to complicated situations. If that is missing, if we don't know our way, if we get scattered and distracted, I would like to refer to a very exciting research by the Dean of the Moscow State University, the Dean of the Psychology Faculty, Alexander Auzan, who claims that whether it is possible to survive amid such dreary circumstances. And he says, yes, it is possible, provided that you understand which social institutions you can rely on. I mean, social institutions for an individual and the society overall. Therefore, it is important to develop a specific, positive, idiomatic language that would guide everyone's way throughout these stressful times. Especially that's important for those people who don't know their way, who don't know where to go, who feel themselves lost. And we must show them the right pathway. I should justly say that until recently, contemporary science was rather averse to this kind of projects. I would like to quote Martin Heidegger, and I believe that all of you know who he is. Martin Heidegger, in his quote, demonstrates a metaphor of a flourishing tree. And he claims that academic dialogue exacerbates the indefiniteness. And therefore, it is important now to change the very basics of our language. Psychotherapy does not impose or force anything upon individuals, but it just suggests an alternative, resourceful language. And now let's speak about this framework concept in terms of the spirit of our time. Today we are all under sanctions, and therefore we must understand that apart from sanctions, there is a global civilization crisis. And this is the existence split apart, because today the culture is split apart and intellectuals are split apart, and there is nothing to rely on, nothing to get support from. Therefore, I would like to refer to some data. Yesterday, on the news, I learned about a very exciting statistics. This statistics was gathered by political psychologists. It was a survey performed in South in North Americas and in Europe. And we can see that the members of religious confessions has shrunk twice, which means that our world is indeed split apart into tiny bits. Therefore, a new vision is required, a new tools to find solutions. This is an isolated topic, it's a very specific topic, and we are going to dive into it tomorrow, I believe. And we are going to focus on how to overcome these difficulties amid the realities that represent the psychic activity in a new way. This is pivotal. Therefore, relevant academic papers demonstrating results of our research demonstrate that the epistemologic trust is all the essence. The psychotherapy newspaper published very exciting surveys by Madam Gubanova and Kaganer, and these surveys are available. In my presentations, you can find links to these surveys. And lastly, psychoethics, another intriguing title and an area that is fastly developing. And this is what was the dream of most brightest minds of the 17th and 18th century. This is ethics as science and its scientific justifications, which has been offered in the 20th century. Well, the title of my presentation, it includes another term, which is the social psychotherapy meta-model. A couple of words about that. This is a focus of vision on the framework concept in terms of epistemologic realities. It is important to understand that psychotherapy has survived through a breakthrough empirical development towards theoretical development. You can see a list of publications where you may find the justification of the fact that now psychotherapy can assume the status of a vanguard science. By merging together psychotherapy and heuristics, we were able to establish a classification of different types of human psyche, and this classification is justified. Okay, let's wrap it up and conclude that we were able to make a great leap forward from weakly differentiated area of research to a highly differentiated, practical, expert area that is underpinned by academic activities, research that suggests justification. We can prove our efficiency. It also embraces expert activities and educational activities. Expert groups are yet to be established based on the principle of who is the most active. Currently, there are specific curricula to train experts and scientists we have Natalia Kluzhina together with us, who is the center of the International Institution for Psychotherapy and Consultancy Services. This institution has got specific target programs on educating psychotherapists and are highly important. And yet there is another step from randomized management to effective self-management. This is a very important principle. I believe that if we can have Mr. Makarov with us, oh, he's here, excellent. We will give him the floor in between some reports, and I would think that he would possibly agree that self-organization of psychotherapists and psychologists is highly important for the Ministry of Vanguard Psychotherapy. It is important for us to be able to self-regulate our activities, not just in a randomized, off-the-cuff way, but to be able to perform highly relevant and up-to-target action. And this would allow us to disembark from negative dynamics to more positive realities. I remember reports dated 2013-2014 that demonstrated that psychotherapy competes with quite aggressive psychotherapy strategies. We have a very clear perspective to enhance the quality of psychotherapy and expand our advantages, because psychotherapeutic technologies are expanding and developing, and those are a huge aid for psychotherapists. The meta model of social psychotherapy is a tool to implement this framework concept. And lastly, I would like to underscore that, considering that we have clear understanding of the framework concept, therefore, we can come up with a definition of psychotherapy. Psychotherapy can be defined as a practice of effective self-organization that is performed using psychic resources in a world where biological adaptation resources are almost exhausted. The priority technology today is a technology of substitution in order to expand our adaptation parameters that are so much required by humans. Psychotherapy is definitely a vanguard science studying human psyche, and it is highly important for science overall. And once again, we are going to be reiterating this idea, demonstrating why the progress in psychotherapy is so important for academic studies overall. And definitely, contemporary psychotherapy is a specific area of professional activity, which is clear to professionals. And let me skip some parameters, and I would like to focus on the following.
There are several levels of the psychological resistance. What is the formula of the effective psychotherapy is already here, is already evidence-based, is thoroughly discussed. You can see it right now on the screen. We'll be talking about it tomorrow. And at the very end of my presentation, I want to say that the current institutions of social psychotherapy, those are the following. The strategy of the development of a social psychotherapy in Russian Federation, it is like a very the cherry on the top of a pie. We also have the Institute for the Scientific Psychotherapy, the general theory, fundamental theory was developed. We also created the International Scientific Board that works for more than 4 years. And now we have a united dissertation council so that our young scientists could have advance their scientific work. Then it's very important to understand that the general situation in science is kind of different. Those are not ministerial questions. This institution is actually help people, the scientists, to defend their work in the professional area. We also have the ecological platform and on platforms. Without such platforms, where social psychotherapy actually doesn't exist. We also now have the International Institution of Social Psychotherapy and Consultations. We have the representative of this institute. We also have the International Association of a Social Psychotherapy and Consultation. We also will have the speaker who will represent this association. So the social psychotherapy is already here. It's an existing institution. It is well represented. And right now, the area of social psychotherapy, it is the zone of psychotherapeutic culture. This is something that is very important. The social psychotherapy and literacy, the awareness in this field actually prevents the spread of some false knowledge. Now, due to this understanding, due to the existing institution of social psychotherapy, we know how to really teach psychotherapists how to overcome the crisis in psychotherapeutic knowledge. Well, me and my colleagues, we absolutely understand that the road that we are going along is very difficult and complex. We understand that we still need a lot to be done. We understand that what is already done needs to be scaled up. But what is for sure, we already have evidence that we are going along the right way, and we need to carry on just as we did before. I want to point out that our program is organized so that after every report, we have a possibility for Q&A, to have a short discussion. You can use chat function if you are present online. Those who are present offline, surely we can discuss it. And I believe Mr. Makarov has joined us online again. So now I want to give the floor to Mr. Viktor Makarov. Unfortunately, we had this technical glitch, and we are happy to give you the floor again. Mr. Makarov, the floor is yours. Well, I'll have just a short welcoming address. Distinguished colleagues, the program of our Congress is very intense. 40 years ago, social psychotherapy has started. We can hear you all right. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you very well. So 40 years ago, social psychotherapy started its development. It was started in the western part of our country, one in Kazakhstan. Why so? Because there we had not such a rigid regulations that existed in the western part of the country. So today and tomorrow, actually, we are looking at the results of the work that's been carried out for those many decades. The COVID pandemic, the shock that was brought upon nation in the very last week on February, the special operation in Ukraine, the aggression towards the Russian Federation and to the Russian nation in general, just as the national epidemic that was described by my colleague. We see how many myths are being created now, how fake news are being spread so widely. We are now in a new era where lie is just a technology, just a tool. We are in a world of fakes. Unfortunately, for us, it's so hard to filter the information. It's hard to tell, but hard to define what is true and what is false. Probably it's even better that I'm giving my welcoming address after the very first report, that is a key report today. Mr. Katkov will also have the plenary report on the main part of our Congress here in Moscow. So what I want to say, I'm absolutely sure, together with all those people who gathered today here, that psychotherapy is a field that is created to be self-regulated. We are all created to be self-regulated. People who want some kind of a law, me, for example, they don't understand one particular thing. The laws, the regulations, they very inert. We can regulate only those things that are already in the past. Everything that is in the future, everything that happens today is actually uncertain. So we should be ready to be self-regulated. And I believe we are ready for this. We are ready to be self-sufficient. We have all the necessary ethical methods. We know what we want, what professionals we want. We want to educate people, and we know how. And this conference, this is a big input in all of the activities that are being carried out in the field. We still have a lot to do. But the very fact that from all of the sides, from all the directions, we are being attacked by those who are actually not professional in the field. So for us, it's time to protect our boundaries, to defend ourselves. And at the very end, I want to give you an example. We have clients who have problems in the family. Right now, we're in Dubai, and I was the 14th specialist that they decided to address their family crisis. We used everything like astrology and so on. So we have lots of work to do. We live in a very competitive world. The Russian Federation, the league that we have in the country, has already done a lot within the 3 years, and we see how it's growing so very rapidly. I want to welcome you all on the all events of the Congress. I'm also eagerly waiting for you at the second Congress of the Russian-speaking psychotherapists. So, goodbye. Have a very productive work today, and I'm happy to see you all here. Thank you very much, Mr. Makarov, and we continue our work. After every report, we have time for the discussion. We are quite limited on time, but still we have those precious minutes for Q&A. Madam Titova, if we have any questions in the chat, please read them out loud. We also have probably can have some questions from the hall. Distinguished colleagues, we had in the chat one possibility, one suggestion about the slides. Well, distinguished colleagues, any other questions? Yeah, we'll give the floor to everyone.
Да, конечно.
Не работает. Все, есть, появился. Угу. Значит, Александр Владимирович, огромное спасибо.
Mr. Karkov, thank you very much for your report. Well, I'm quite aware of your position on social psychotherapy, but I had a kind of a vague idea. At the Department of Psychotherapy, everyone was joking that every psychotherapy is actually social, because we are always talking about interactions between people. And even if we are talking with one person, we're actually talking about communication, actually. Social psychotherapy is about small groups, about big groups. There is a special approach that targets one particular person. And actually, when psychotherapy actually becomes social, what number of people do they need? And the second question is the following. I really like the timeline that you've shown and different directions of work. As a political psychotherapist, I'm very interested in what you've said. You showed a very perfect framework concept that's very close to the political psychotherapy, as I already said. So, if we'll have those expectations, hopes that you've mentioned that will be relevant for the whole nation, do we actually need some other psychotherapists apart from social psychotherapists? Well, when psychotherapy becomes social, what number of people do we need? That's an interesting question. Here I want to say that from my point of view, probably we should reformulate the question, first of all. Well, at what point at the development of institution of social psychotherapy, the social psychotherapy becomes really social? If within the professional psychotherapy field, we have institutions that can work with the citizens, with the population, if we have certain platforms, if we are present in the internet, because all people are actually quite integrated in the functioning of the global networks. So if such platforms, if such institutions exist, that's already saying, we can say that we have social psychotherapy. So we cannot really say we can count people. We should have the outlets to cover as much people as possible. And if we have such tools, such outlets, then we already social psychotherapy. Then our main task is just to enlarge our audience. If we have those tools that are functioning, then we are social psychotherapy. If the tools doesn't function, if we cannot cover some crisis groups, larger or smaller, then we cannot speak of social psychotherapy. If we have a necessary quality content that targets different groups, then we have social psychotherapy. We, right now, in the Russian Federation, we have all of this. So this is why we can say for sure that we have social psychotherapy in the Russian Federation. This is my main message today. And as for your second question, well, we have all of this. Do we still need psychotherapists? You know, this is a very provocative question. Well, we see that there are lots of queries for psychotherapeutic help from chatbots. Those are 100,000, but the queries for the true professionals there the figures are smaller. So probably we still need to promote the psychotherapeutic culture, because the chatbots are still not humans. They can't really give help. On our scientific councils, we've been talking a lot about the proportion between psychotherapy and some robots that carry out psychotherapeutic sessions. And we understand that psychotherapeutic session actually works on 3 levels. And only one of them is actually targeted by the chatbots and by robots. And the professional actually works on all 3 levels, including the very deep 2 levels. But are all professionals actually prepared to work on all of those 3 levels? But what I see now, the educational programs, the trainings are being fulfilled already. We already have the necessary educational tracks for people to be prepared to work on all 3 levels. They can never be compared with any chat bots and any robots. We need to understand this. But surely, we shouldn't disregard the technological development. We need to be also integrated with artificial intelligence. But professionals, the real human professionals, are surely to be prioritized. We can be assisted by the artificial intelligence, not vice versa. Well, this is an answer I wanted to give to you.
Thank you very much. Just to remember that the colleagues and us a case when a patient had a conversation with a chatbot, and the patient recognized that he has got suicidal moods. And I would like to open the floor for question. Thank you very much, Mr. Katkov. I've got 2 questions. In your presentation, psychotherapy in the innovative realities, you mentioned that psychotherapy is more about consciousness or the unconscious. But what prevails actually? Do we developmental processes or emotional processes? And my second question is that in your report, you did not mention the strategic model of Professor Makarov, bio, psycho, and socio and spiritual development. Why did you decide to kind of amend this, to omit this? Well, Alexander, thank you so much. First and foremost, I would like to say that the subject area of psychotherapy is broader than the what we mean by psychic or the psychological. How would we imagine ourselves the psychic substances? I would like to demonstrate these two huge books that have the disciplinary matrix of psychotherapy, the concepts and the models that are distributed across these disciplinary matrices and covering 5 levels. So there are different ideas regarding the psychic, the unconscious, and the conscious, and how it is all different. We would like to focus on integrity between these realities. This is the synergy of cooperation, resource-intensive cooperation that we bring into psychotherapy and social psychotherapy as well. Tomorrow, there is going to be my report, and it is the opening report of tomorrow's conference. And please do join us and tell us whether you are satisfied or not. As for the biopsycho and socio and spiritual model, well, I believe that it is quite a complicated model. And this model includes a 3-level classification of psychotherapeutic targets. And this includes the bio and psychological and spiritual model, and how it expands our knowledge.
Только лишь потому, что я бы с удовольствием здесь до 19 часов рассказывал об этом, обо всем.
Well, I would expand on that until 9 p.m., but I believe there are other reports and other speakers who would like to have the floor as well. I believe that you would be able to join our conference in Moscow, and you would be able to discuss the issues related to the differences between the psychic and the psychological. And there are exhaustive answers in this respect. And we suggest results, but not open questions. Thank you so much. We have a few inspiring questions. Catherine Gestaeva asks whether there is a definite strategy. Right? Thank you, Madam Legostaeva. I think that we are going to have enough time for our agenda. Tomorrow we are having Natalia Mikhailovna, and she's going to speak about the specific requirements to a social psychotherapist. So after all, we have the psychotherapy and consultations. So what are the social borders? Because we have different tools of how to manage the quality of psychological help. And tomorrow we are going to have everything there. Okay, you reminded about Scott Miller. He's a very famous scientist. And you mentioned that professionals are now just a buzzword. And Victor, for example, mentioned that he was the 14th expert for a couple in Dubai. I was once doctor number 39. So why do all those fake psychotherapists win amid distrust? Why directly to them and not to Viktor Viktorovich? Why do those paranormalists and mediums actually conquer people's trust? Well, there is no federal channel for professionals. You know, some of our colleagues say that this is how magic consciousness is developed. This is number one. The second issue is a lot more complicated. And there we have the results of this research. And it is clear how they can work with relevant targets. And I believe that everything is going to be different. We also would like to highlight that magic, those are will, those are secrecy and trust. Those are the key things that actually launch these strategies, but those are non-verified strategies. And if you would like to learn more about that, well, you can do that. I suspect that it is not our colleagues who were there, but a few of them. Therefore, this mechanism is working indeed, but regrettably, in our case, this reactor pushes people into a different side because we are so much overloaded by motivations and different protection devices. Definitely, the psycho, socio, and spiritual component, and then theory, practice, and supervision are much more differentiated. I can see the portrait by Alexander, and this is where we lost actually. And of course, it's definitely going to be like that. Thank you so much. Natalia, do you have a question? If you have a question to ask.
Здесь присутствует Наталья Михайловна, это директор Международного института социальной психотерапии и консультирования.
Natalia is the director of the International Institute. And to ensure that it is rightly so, Natalie, thank you so much. And if it is it with questions, I once again would like to highlight that we have got a discussion platform here, and I would like to announce our next speaker, Inga Burikova, candidate of psychological sciences. She's head of the laboratory at the Institute of Political Psychology and Applied Political Research, Institute of Political Psychology and Applied Political Research, Leningrad State University. She is also the general director of the Belly Dome, the White House, the organization that did a lot to have this conference. Madam Burikova is going to speak about mass psychological testing as a tool for developing strategy of social psychotherapy. It's a highly relevant topic. Thank you so much. Please, the floor is yours, Madam Burikova. Okay. Well, regrettably, the way you declared my title has changed a lot. Our institute has shut down, and currently we are just beyond the academic space, but nevertheless, we are working intensively. And we have got a lot to share.
Я не знаю других психологов, кто проводил
исследования
масштабные по выборке, как принято у социологов, от методами психологических тестов или каких-либо других психологических.
We have done a lot.
Вот у нас был такой опыт. Лет 15 назад состоялось.
We have a very relevant experience.
Немножко даже архаическим по форме проведения, но максимально добросовестным.
And
очень трудозатратным исследования по измерению качеств человеческого капитала, которое мы проводили.
We have performed a very labor-intensive research to measure the quality of human resources. We did whole tests
искали в аудиторию и набрасывались на наших испытуемых с батареи тестов, и каждый из них работал по 3-4 часа с этими методиками и тестами, то есть полностью под ключ. Мы
We
понимали...
have invested 2-3 hours to operate with these methods,
организационных выводов
and we clearly see that we are lacking scale. We are lacking scale in terms of the quality of psychological methods. It was a very costly project. We have complied with all the territorial sampling, and definitely it is clear that we must do that again and again in a few years.
Потом обработка, интерпретация полученных данных – это очень такая большая роскошь.
So first there is a month to process the results and then to interpret them, of course.
Мы можем сделать для того, чтобы более оперативно получать психологические данные на больших выборках.
We decided to think what to do to be more productive.
И действительно,
And therefore, I would like to introduce such a term.
Три основных научных сферы задействованы. Это психологи, социологи.
The collection of methods that would bring together psychologists and marketing people. So it is important to make survey that would bring together a lot of people, because we hear a lot that psychology is not working and we need to add something psychological into the interpretation of the data so as to promote professional interest.
Деньги все-таки определяют все.
Why market is so relevant? Just because it is money that determines it all. Because it is important to sell goods, and who invents more and who sells more wins, actually. However, these attempts
то есть они не профильные для политической психологии.
do not allow us to have full understanding. What are the drawbacks of mass surveys? First, those are the individual tailored tests. Normally, tests are developed to study the personality of an individual. However, there are methods that study small groups and use sociometrics to study relations between people, how they interact. And an only licensed method that was validated in a PhD dissertation is the method invented within the framework of Mr. Pushkin school. I don't know any other validated methods. Another drawback, which is actually an advantage for us sociologists, is that sociologists have to work in cooperation with psychologists. Psychologists must verify the surveys, the lists of surveys, and the last drawback is the amount of work to do and the so-called scores. If we look at the method itself, every psychologist would say that the average method considering that there are methods that include over 600 questions and there are methods with 10 questions, but averagely there are 40 to 70 questions. All that seems to be just very easy. However, for sociologists, this is something unprecedented, an unprecedented bulk of work. It is so huge for them and makes them think whether we are doing it right and whether the psychological methods for sociologists work in the right way.
Tomorrow we'll be talking about the scientific part of psychotherapy, and I'll also be talking about the science of psychotherapy and psychotherapy of science. But today I also want to mention something that I'll expand tomorrow. Why we have scores and chaos in psychotherapy, in order to see if we really check the right characteristics, right features. We not only using quantitative method, but also not only qualitative method, but also quantitative. So this is a big question. If it's easier and it's better to use the kind of a score of a scale, or use just one question that was thoroughly thought by different professionals. So this is always a question. If we need to have so many questions in the surveys, there are still some advantages. Psychological methods give us a possibility to give the indirect questions. So we are not directly asking what the person is thinking about this or that matter, but we give some test tasks or indirect questions, and usually the answers that we give are more clear. We also see the possibility to see the projection of particular ideas. When we ask people if you are aggressive, if you are aggressive right now, but if when the questions are so indirectly asked, like, are other people are more aggressive and so on, the people are easier. The people actually, they tend to answer those indirect questions, not the direct questions. People sometimes they cannot really speak about themselves. They can speak about other people, and this is actually what we need, because we then see the general situation in the society better. So ecological methods give us the possibility to use both the quantitative and the qualitative methods. Psychology uses those two methods in order to understand better the quantitative data. The qualitative methods, probably, they are deeper in content, but for them, it's harder to see the pattern and harder to find the explanation how those particular trends or how particular answers are actually related to some characteristics feature of a particular person. Also, the interpretation potential of psychological methods is very big. We not only possible to interpret something about a particular person using his or her answers, but also do the generalization and understand what qualities have the people that think in the same way and so on. So those methods make it easier to work, to do the recommendations, to see the patterns, and this is why this work is so very beneficial. We psychologists, we all understand that sometimes we need to really get to the person through all of these psychological defenses. Person is actually able to listen to what person is already acquainted to and what person agrees with. When they understand the state of a person, when they can speak the common language with this person, speak the language of this particular person. Now let's have a look at the classification of methods of different psychological research. First of all, those are different surveys. Usually those are questionnaires. Those are questionnaires that can be filled by the person when person is kind of interviewed. How a person sees a political agenda, how a person defines him or herself. Actually, people, they really know something about themselves. At the psychotherapy, usually what we hear from our patients, from our clients, how do you feel? Well, okay, they say, I don't know. So actually, for people, it's hard sometimes even to define how they feel. Usually also people don't really know anything about the situation. We know only about some reflections about what's going on. Mr. Katkov has really brilliantly explained it, that we are so shocked by those local conflicts, maybe even our individual problems or individual achievements, that we cannot really see the whole picture. We can't really understand the situation in general. People also don't have necessarily vocabulary to evaluate and estimate something. I really respect sociologists, but the more I look at this, at their work, the more I see questions that are so simply formulated, that are so thoroughly explained. I don't think that I'm too stupid, but at the very end of the question, that is so detailed, so well explained, so thoroughly explained. I cannot say it's well explained, but I really forget what the question has started with by the end of this long, very detailed question. And I believe for people without the preparation, it's very hard to follow, very hard to understand, and they actually are not motivated to answer those questions. Well, actually, what the test systems can give to us, this is something that is more standardized. And here we look at the personal qualities and so on. Using the testing, using those standard systems, it's easier to process the data. It's easier to test the groups. I will show you the criteria for the tests, how we understand that's better to use the tests. The unified character of the tests make the tests real tools. And psychological tests are actually very valuable tools, as we all know. I can give a whole lecture on the mistakes and errors we can make during the surveys, during the questionnaire, during the testing. Even those can be different mistakes. For example, when people speak incorrectly, when they try to persuade people to answer differently, and There can also the mistakes can come from those who respond to the tests and the surveys. The respondents can be inadequate and so on and so forth. We all know this. Also, there can be some statistical mistakes. There can be technical errors, the mistakes. When they mix up the respondents, we see how we see that some technologies actually even bad, because we see that every year sociologists try to make it so that there will be no wrong respondents, but actually there cannot be some wrong respondents. So it's actually very wrong path to go. And there are lots of general debate, even in the professional community. So what we can count, what should we count, and how? And when we look at the sampling, at the selection, there's always there are lots of possibilities to actually do something wrong with the selection. I believe we shouldn't really do anything about it. We should calculate, we should work with the whole selection. Now we have more possibilities to do the surveys, to do the interviews. You see this photo of the sausages. If we knew what the sausages are made of, we won't eat sausages at all. I believe every one of you have ever been to the place where the sausages are made. You don't eat sausages. And the same is with the sociologists. When you see how all those tests are cooked, you actually are very doubtful about how it is all done. When the poorly prepared clients try to look at the materials, at the internal materials that are being used, they start to spit and start to be so worried that probably the survey was carried out in the wrong way. But no, it wasn't. People are just asking, answer differently. People are different. So this is why it's sometimes so hard to see, to listen to the baseline materials. We have a very wonderful quote by Anastasia on this slide. Anastasia is a real guru in psychological testing. The indicators of the personal questionnaires is the mix of different components, from lie to trying to impress someone. And I believe this is true. I will share with you the presentation later, so you could use it later on. There are several criteria that show us that a certain methodology is a test. I want to point to one particular criteria. This is criteria number 6, the testing norms. Just recently, we understood that there are no unified test norms for the general selection. There are some norms actually published, but they were based and formulated on norms that are on the selections that were very, very small, like 150 people. That's not enough. Or sometimes the norms were formulated based on the studies, based on the tests that were carried out on a very homogeneous groups, like, for example, military men. Well, only some prolonged studies can give us the understanding, can give us a better understanding of the acquired data. But as for now, we are in a very tough situation when the quantity actually defines the quality. In order to minimize the mistakes, we use larger selections. We work on larger groups. So I've showed you that there are lots of different mistakes. And how we minimize the effect of those mistakes? Well, we just then have more people interviewed. For example, if a person who carries out the interview makes a mistake, how we can minimize the effect of such mistake? Well, every person who interviews other people has only like 15 or 20 questionnaires, so not so much, so that the effect of the wrong work of such a person will not affect generally the patterns and the results. Why mass psychological surveys are important and how they should be used. I want to remind you of the book by Mr. Katkov on destructive social epidemics. I believe that the social psychotherapy is preserved by political psychotherapists is something that can prevent the destructive social epidemics. And this is why they need to find the target audience for the social psychotherapy. And by doing so, we can prevent destructive social epidemics. There are always some destructive trends. I won't be talking about the epidemics. Lord, Mr. Katkov has already explained it. I won't even tell you today about the demoralization syndrome. We all know about it. We'll be talking about it later, today and tomorrow. There is one important fact I want to mention. In order to find those politically destructive consciousness, and in order to define those targets for social psychotherapy, we need to find the most vulnerable factors of destabilization using the psychological and political research methods. We look at different topics that can launch the social resonance and social resistance and protests. We try to define the topics where probably we should then work in the social psychotherapy session. Well, we are very thankful for the book of psychological ethics, and for us, for political psychotherapists, it's very important, the very question of ethics. And we believe it's very important to understand, to study the type of psychological influence and the reactions so that we could understand what is ethically correct, what tools would be applicable. And when the work with the population is very important. in the format of so-called new political reality. Here we need to work with our close associates. We need to bring up those close associates. We need to find the triggers that will influence the social consciousness and launch the self-recovery mode. The same signal in different situations can have a very different meaning. And this is also what's important for the understanding for the social psychotherapy.
Две структуры сознания.
Well, we proceed from the fact that there are two structures of consciousness, the apolitical consciousness and a pre-political consciousness. The pre-political consciousness is a destructive state, and here what we may study is how these negative conditions are expressed, how they are manifest. Those are loneliness, apathy, and all other negative states of indefiniteness, anxiety, fatigue, so on and so forth. And there are other tools that start from what a political consciousness is should be like, where there are values and there is a livelihood and vibrancy, and all those are measurable parameters. I would like to refer to a nice quote by Alexander, where he says that political mind is actually associated with pain, because this means understanding that something is going not in the right way. And this is a highly labor-intensive process, because it's very important to help to identify the goal. This is something that us fail to do, but for governments, this is very much important, because the government assists the population in formulating their common goals. This is what not every person is capable to do themselves. Therefore, we must offer help. Let's look at the methods that we used. So what were our methods? What did we do? We did Lucia test. We studied psychological states, and we also organized an online panel and came up with really exciting data that can be discussed by professionals, because we came up with norms and benchmarks that used to be unknown to us. The autogenic benchmark is not actually a benchmark. It's not something normal, apparently, as it may seem. We also measured the totality of anger, and there is an expert method to measure anger developed by Alexander Ivanovich, which has been validated within expert interviews. We also studied the activity conditions. It is a very nice method that allows us to understand, judging by the means, the purpose, and the tasks of a particular person, we can justify what is the state of a particular personality. We can also understand whether the personality is resourceful or anti-resourceful, and what is the degree of stress. So we were able to receive really exciting data. We also studied the perception of the future, the timeline perception, as to where the personality is focused on, whether it is the future, the present, or the past, whether this person is an optimist or a pessimist. The locus control, a lot depends on external events, or a lot depends on me, and the author's method by Alexander Yuferev is the tests to measure social and political stability. Now may I move over to the conclusions. Okay, political psychology and psychotherapy is responsible for three components. Those are the development and the search for targets of social therapy. Therefore, we suggest to use consciousness as an empirical approach instead of just collecting data that we cannot sort out. There is a specific structure of political consciousness, and it was my pleasure to listen to Mr. Lazarevich, Mr. Katkov report and to learn that political psychology is developed according to these guidelines. Well, let's not spread the unnecessary. We have already got a fully functional model that can allow us to understand what's going on. We can do utilization, we can do constructiveness, and just instead of agree or disagree with what we have. And ultimately, there is political will. What regards some mass stories, those cannot survive without any support on behalf of politicians. Overall, I believe that, well, colleagues, I have probably extended my time limit. Last conference, I think 1 year ago, I had a question. The question is there. We have already validated a lot, but the question is there. What are other methods for us to look for to decrease the risk of social therapy? For starters, I could probably be given the floor to say a few more words. I have also got some 40 slides with the results of the research that I have performed, but I'm pressed in time, but the work is there. Therefore, it's highly exciting to see in what condition our people are. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Inga. Dear colleagues, please, the floor is open for questions. I've got a question. Can I ask a question? Yes, sure. Well, I'm exactly the happy person who is familiar with your results. Your presentation was very much intriguing. I saw that it includes 40 slides, but I see that your sampling is indeed tremendous. However, the norm, the pathogenic norm, the benchmark that you received is indeed troubling when I look at the materials that you presented. It is indeed highly important where the person is oriented, whether it is past-oriented, today-oriented, or the future-oriented person. And most of the people believe that all the best was already in their past. So the present and the future has got nothing positive in stock for them. So this is depressive condition, right? Can we speak about a new autogenic norm? Thank you so much. I'm so happy to have some time in terms of questions, because I can move on with my report and just gradually we move on to discussion. But actually our sampling got split in two parts. A little bit more live in the present, a little bit less live in the past. But roughly all that amounts to plus minus 30%, some 30% less than 30% live in the present, and 30 plus something live both in the past, either in the past or in the future. It is exciting that there are dependencies, age dependencies. The younger the person, the more he or she is oriented to the future. The older the person, the more often they would recollect the past. However, some members of the youth are past-oriented. Some respondents of age are future-focused, probably due to some positive developments with their relatives or some different situation, I don't know. It is exciting to find out that the transition age between the present and the past is roughly 40 plus minus 3 years. Would be great to monitor this transition because I think it is crucial. And on top of that, it is important to analyze what's going on with the youth. According to all our methods to assess psychic states among the youth up to 24 years of age, all of them are under stress and anxiety, and stronger anxiety than other groups. There is another group called pre-pension age, and they are trying to make it unless they are still active, or they start being anxious about their age. But the most anxious are those aged 18 to 24. They are indeed in negative condition. I have a question too. Well, we happened to discuss that already. Is it difficult for us to establish some portrait of our particular client, both in our country or abroad? In the end of the 90s, one of the largest conferences by European Association of Psychotherapists took place in Ireland, in Dublin. It was a report by our colleague from Ireland, and he said that some countries behave themselves as problematic clients with their own stereotypes, their own complexes, and their own demands. And this largely impacts the political behavior of these countries. I remember very well a portrait of a person that has all of the complexes and the parameters of instability. And this person actually received a portrait of an average. And there is a different pole, those who are mid-crisis. Those are absolutely in despair, and these two portraits are entirely different. Therefore, could we actually come up with some colorful projects? Is it possible? Or will our project rather be the dark and murky? Well, definitely it is possible, and this is one of the goals of our research. Well, not all methods allow us to draw up such a project. However, we have Maria Konovalova here, and she's going to have her presentation today. Maria is a unique professional, and she is able to do Lucia test or psychological stability test and excellently describe the portrait of an average Russian person or a typical Russian person. I think that typical would be not the right word, but the very way the sampling looks like is very important. We should not be oriented by some particular person. We receive a portrait as a result of specific methods. On top of that, this portrait allows us to build a specific strategy, as said. Once we understand in what condition the person is and how to communicate with this person, if, let's say, this person has high results for schizophrenic or maniac disorders, well, it is clear that the person would not be sensitive to argumentation, but it is important to talk to this person. across the topics that are of interest for this person and not about life in general. So this is what psychological methods are about, and they allow us to produce a psychological portrait. Okay, great. Great indeed. And I've got another question. It's a complicated question that has been torturing me for quite a long time. What does psychological therapy sector suggest? A few years ago, the Tsarskoselski Museum was established, and I remember that this was 2017. I remember the first council of the meeting, and I was so happy to be able to participate at the bank breakfast organized by Sberbank and its director for the Northwest. So I decided to accept this discussion, and actually I was talking about what I heard from other people, considering that I have no other experience. And Mr. Kurovov was so much impressed by what has been said at this council, at its symposia. He said that what is important is not to disrupt business. But not to disrupt business is not an easy thing. The Chinese colleagues said that experts for 3 years have been sorting out the debris related to the laws that prevent people from being fair. 3 years ago, I was at the breakfast of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, and there are initiative leaders, and this is what we are talking about. Then another panel discussion comes. Igor Shuvalov takes the floor. He's head of the Vneshekonombank, the smartest person of all, and he says actually the same thing. Please do not disrupt us, do not disturb us, and that would be great. Do not help. We don't need help, but just do not get into our way. And on top of that, Madam Nabiulina says, oh, let's us be like that. And she refers to specific parameters. Trust, activity, patience, long-term development, flexibility, entrepreneurship, quick mind, and so on and so forth. Though all those are specific social parameters that demonstrate a sustainable psychological resource, but their idea is, let us be like that. So the event has passed, but nothing has been done to make people like that. What can we do? So let's do what is necessary to ensure that the majority part of our population would move into that way. What would you answer? Well, I'm just thinking how extensive my answer should be.
Well, social psychotherapy, on what level should it stay or should it be? One of my favorite books is is very well describing how from the very beginning of the state building, state was always proposing something good, like in ancient time, in Middle Ages. So states were always proposing something good, but how it was realized, that's another question. The book is called by the benevolent intentions of the state. And I believe in the current state, especially when we see so much turbulence, we can plan something, we can try and find theme, but without being regulative for objects and the subjects of the politics, it won't work. We need to have this ability to self-recover. If you want help yourself, no one will be able to help you, but actually our task is to motivate, to show the direction. For this new time, we understand that could be better to come back to the notion of the social agreement. Within this social agreement, everyone would be more or less independent, but at the same time bound by the terms of the agreement. We need to have common goals, and then no one of the actors will be an obstacle for the work of another. The social agreement, before, it was a part of the maybe philosophy notions and philosophy terms, but now this is a real tool that can be used and should be used in the interaction between the citizens and the government, between the citizens, between the common goals. And I will be talking about this tomorrow in more details. Without the expert community that can be, and social therapists are part of this expert community, we could be a part of the team of referees for those people who actually are self-regulated. Without this, the new life is not possible. So I believe we all know already how we should function, how we should work. And I believe that one day we'll finally reach the necessary levels, maybe within next 5 years, a new Sberbank breakfast would be different. And we'll finally listen to something new and not the old, same ideas, and plead from the business not to be an obstacle for. I believe we need to draw our own models. We shouldn't really try to follow the models of others. We are always told what we should be, what we should do, but we need to understand who actually is saying and who is actually recommending what we should do and why actually those people do those things. I hope that social psychotherapy actually will help us in this work. Madam Burikova, thank you very much. I believe it would be very interesting to understand what is the research right now, what is the research in the social media, and this is something that we would be discussing tomorrow as well, and I hope that my colleagues who represent different platforms of so-called ecological platforms, they would be a kind of information filters. We would give the possibility to find information on our main partner, our citizens, our population. I believe it's very important. Every step that we make is based on the evidence, and I believe we need this constant monitoring of our population. This is the main purpose of a social psychotherapy. Madam Burikova, thank you very much. We're happy to welcome you here. I believe we're a bit out of time already. Questions we probably will address them a bit later. At the very end of the first part of our work today, we will have additional time for Q&A. At the conclusion of a Q&A, we'll also go back to the questions that were not answered right now because we are a bit late behind our schedule. And now I want to give the floor to Madam Konovalova, who also represents the state university named after Pushkin. And she'll be talking about the psychological portrait of large social groups as the main target of a social psychotherapy. This actually quite logically follows the previous speaker's speech. We'll try to be more disciplined with time. So thank you very much. And Madam Konovalova, the floor is yours. The mic, please. Unfortunately, I don't represent Leningrad State University anymore. But still, I work on this same topic, and we're talking about the psychological portrait of the big social groups as a target for the social psychotherapy. At the beginning of the 20th century, humanity started with turmoil after the globalization period. We now see those tectonic changes and shifts in social, economic, and political life of people. We won't be talking about the reasons why it happens, what caused it. But what we see that one of the causes for it is the depletion of the mineral resources that were dominant for the philosophy of older days. And now this depletion of mineral resources actually leads to conflicts. We see the radical changes that happen in the 21st century on all levels of our society, from art to politics. Well, the characteristics of those changes were well described by Mr. Yuriev. They are unique, they are unapplicable. Sometimes the changes seems to be unnatural. Another feature is that they have this accidental nature. Everyone was expecting something, but not as soon as it happened. So all those features actually cause certain trauma in all of the people, because we see that the social constructs, they change a lot. On the slide, you see the table that was drafted by Mr. Yuriev, and we can see the main features of new political reality of post-globalization era. It is based on the method of Ganzin. We see here main changes on different levels. We see those 4 parts. Now I'll try to explain you more. We see that people lack will. We try to change the life through education. What we also see the substitution of the meaning of life through the discreditation of traditional values. We see the disassembly of the political entities. We see new social technologies coming. We also see that the proper service is substituted by just giving some particular services. The devotion is actually substituted by aid, and we see how the human of labor is substituted by the human of service, how the skilled person is substituted. We have the skilled person and not the conscious person, not the person who is reliable, but the person who is more of a robot. We see the net person and not the political person. So actually all the values, all the structures that were close to a person and was understandable are actually now being wrecked, and this influences the mental and psychological health. This is why the social psychotherapy is very important for big social groups. By big, I mean like 100,000 people. Those are people who probably won't come to psychologists. And the definition, the search for such groups is very important, because through them we can correct the general situation. Psychotherapy is always about the personality, and we need to have the portrait of a personality. Such portraits can be composed in a different way, but can we have a portrait of a larger group, of some big social group? And are there methods that are applicable for such portraits? Now we have methods that are applicable to the portrait of a personality. But as we see, the same methods can be applied to the larger groups. For example, Bekhterev, in his work on collective psychotherapy, was actually proving that the collective and individual can be very, very close to each other. And she also proved that the methodology for the drafting of a portrait of a larger social groups and a portrait of the personality can be absolutely the same, because the patterns are also very, very similar. According to Mr. Zhuravlov, the collective individual is also a very trendy term. This is due to Abulhanova Slavsky, to Lomova works, and so on. And Russian professional literature, we have the same notions: the group as subject, the group subject, and so on. This collective personality, this is actually every assembly of people who are somehow very close together and have some patterns. all the groups that are existing now can be actually a kind of a collective personality. Every collection of people who is ready to behave in a particular way and have a characteristic, some have some characteristic feature, they can be defined as this group personality. Here we actually need the methods of the psychotherapy so that the crisis moments would be defined and then transformed through the psychotherapy. Mr. Pavlov said that the method is the main tool, that just the method should be good. In the Department of Psychological and Political Psychotherapy, the special method of the evaluation of psychological and political stability was defined. You can see the scheme on the slide, and by using of this scheme, we can have a portrait of larger social groups. This model is very close to the evidence-based clause that were created. The methodology was approved by many studies. For example, in the study of Madame Pushkina, and in her scientific work that was defended back in 2004. This model gives the possibility to have the data on larger social groups. Later, Mr. Ustinov, Madame Burikova, and Madame Konovalova, in order to better understand the psychological methods and their applicability on larger groups, these three authors decided to use the same methods for the large distance surveys. Here we used psychological political stability model, used the other methods that are applicable, and Madame Burikova has already covered this. Psychological tests actually give additional information, and they add quite nicely the sociological tests. And by those surveys, we can get the very good portrait of the larger groups. The possibility to find the target for the social psychotherapy through such surveys is already quite innovative, but it can be efficient only when the specialists can process the received data quite well and formulate then the recommendation for the correction of the behavior of those social groups. On the next two slides, you can see the methodological recommendations for the clients who ask for the social portraits of the large social groups. We can see we have different this is only a part of the recommendations. So we get the profile. Based on this profile, we can create a very well-detailed characteristic of this group and then give recommendations on the communication with these groups. On this slide, you can see on a tiny bit, this is the example of a usage of the 8-colored test of Lusher. And here we also give the recommendations on the communicative strategies. This is only a part of a very large table. You can understand that this methodology actually helps almost in automated way to get both characteristics and recommendations. But surely they should be adapted by the psychotherapist. Now let's proceed to the interpretation of the data. According to the Russian specialist, Professor Rakitansky, an important step in psychotherapeutic diagnosis is very important to have the etiology diagnosis.
The diagnosis is closely linked to the forecasts. Therefore, psychodiagnostics includes psychoprognostics. Distant psychodiagnostics can provide us with a full-fledged psychological portrait. By Rakitinsky, such a portrait for an individual is a very complicated task for psychodiagnostics because it requires us to have an integral portrait of a personality. However, we are able to identify specific crisis zones. According to Professor Rakitiansky, the problem is that contemporary psychodiagnostics cannot keep up with theory, so we cannot provide an integral, multifaceted analysis for a personality as an integral personality. As a result, psychological portraits are complementary because the results that we obtain using different methods are not interrelated. What can we say about psychodiagnostics for large social groups? We have never encountered such a task. Therefore, we do not have such specific methods, except methods to measure psychological and political stability. Therefore, considering that today's psychodiagnostics is very limited, we believe that amid crisis, the development of new methods is highly relevant, because this allows us to identify disruptions within 24 hours within any population and provide solutions. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Well, we do not see particular questions in the chat to Madam Konovalova. Probably the audience has some questions. It was a highly exciting presentation, and it is a highly important one if we look at the contemporary population of the Russian Federation. How would you deal with sustainability? Well, I have been thinking effectively on whether to refer to the results of our research, but considering that I signed an agreement, a confidentiality agreement, I regrettably cannot refer to the results. I cannot provide that text. But if you are experienced in using MPI or the Russian version of SNIL, this is exactly the characteristics that we can have. So we test the personality, the individual, and we test the integral individual.
Все-таки хотелось бы больше конкретики. Ну хорошо, раз подписан договор, мы уважаем все обязательства.
Okay, if you have got a confidentiality agreement, then yes, we respect you.
Понятно, Мария Александровна.
Okay,
Спасибо.
thank you. Thank you very much, Maria. Okay, let's move on down our presentation. We are a little bit behind, but still we have one question. This question is a general question. Are we going to have the record of our conference online? Would it be available online to everyone? Yes, it will be available. It will be there, and it will be available on YouTube and also on our platform. But our colleagues are going to mention that in their report. We have just a request to our experts. Please, could you please have the slides full screen? Because lots of our participants have joined us using mobile gadgets, and it's very difficult for them to read slides in such a small format. Now, I would like to declare the next presentation. It is the last presentation before our lunch break. It is a highly exciting topic. The presenter is Gulmira Ayap-Bergenova. She is the official representative of an international association of teachers, and she's going to speak about the Internet project, emergency psychological aid as a demanded format of psychotherapy. So if there are any technical disruptions with showing video, it would be exciting for us to see this project in action. So we would do our best to comply and to ensure that everything works well, so that nothing disrupts us from learning about your exciting project. Distinguished chairs, distinguished participants of the conference, today I'm going to speak about an internet project, emergency psychological aid, or psychological ambulance. What should I do to share my screen? Yes, please. Could you please share your screen? Now it works. Great. Right, it works. Excellent. Fantastic.
Хорошо. Все мы с вами свидетели, уважаемые коллеги.
Dear colleagues, we all know well that today life is highly stressful. And we see that people are very much prone to this aggressive environment. And in that conditions, individuals normally choose the worst decisions. So what do? We must ensure fast access to express psychological help, to prevent demoralization, and to promote people to look for solutions. Well, 7 years ago, we started thinking about whether online consulting would be efficient. Alexander Batkov was actually our lead in implementing this electronic psychological emergency. This delivers on lots of tasks, including prevention of crisis behavior, destructive behavior. Well, in fact, what this means is that we provide users with specific tests and we diagnose them. And
По желанию клиента, после прослушивания и просмотра видео,
then it depends on the desires of the client. First, the client watches the videos, and then a targeted individual psychotherapeutic aid can be provided.
психологическая помощь
So this aid delivers on the following tasks. It allows us to provide all internet users, all those who have gadgets, with express psychotherapy aid, which is available without leaving your home. This also allows us to provide timely aid and prevent destructive behaviors and demoralization. This aid is targeted to teenagers, those who are prone to suicidal behaviors, diseased, with destructive lifestyle, and all of the above together. When we prepared the list of most regular questions for psychological consultations, we used the most adequate systemic approach. We split all of the participants by gender, age, education, so on and so forth. This allows us to be more individualized and customized. Here you can see the screenshot of our web page, and we can see that we split our patients by specific requests and by other social and biologic parameters. This website is very easily designed, and it's easy to navigate. You choose your age group, you find the description that matches your request, and then press the button C, and then you can obtain a consultation. The video footages last from 2 to 4 minutes. Most observations refer to the fact that many internet users do not view content which is longer. Therefore, we decided to have all our videos 4 minutes maximum. If users have not found their request, they can address the expert by mail. But instead of being able to hear about us for hundreds of times, let's just see once. Let me share our page with you. Yeah, please. Could we please have the page electronic psychological help? Okay, so you will log in with the psychotherapy help page. We can see our main lead. Mr. Alexander Dianchukov, who says a few words about
Выбираем
the
любую
idea of the project. Then we select general requests or the list of questions related to this context. For example, the request for extra energy, it's a highly relevant question. Alexander Katkov, Doctor of Medical Sciences. Hello, my name is Alexander Katkov. I'm a psychotherapist, Doctor of Medical Sciences professor. If you have identified the problem situation, if you don't mind, I'm going to comment how the technical side is designed. All of the professional activities of experts is structured according to the logic of psychotherapeutic impacts and treatment that is guided by the following principles: maximum therapeutic changes and transformation with a minimum of time. So our maximum time frame is 4 to 5 minutes. Quite often we see that professionals are quite skeptic about psychotherapeutic treatment online within such a short time frame. And this skepticism can be overcome by the task of our intervention and the psyche of psychotherapeutic message. Our key task is to transform the client from anti-resourceful pole, the condition of indefiniteness of his future on someone else's future, to the initial resource-intensive state, which is associated with hope, clarity, clear vision, and trust. And the second task is to build up motivation for further psychotherapeutic interaction with a different expert if necessary. Considering the psychotherapeutic interaction, initially the expert represents him or herself, and then we clarify the request, because sometimes the patient has pressed a different button. So therefore, we prepare the request, we formulate it in a very clear way, in a such way that this formulation already focuses on the non-constructive reaction to a problem situation. And this is what is going on in this respect. It's highly important to make it. We need extra energy, extra force that you would like to receive from an accessible internal source. Therefore, we decided to establish this project to offer professional consultations. Could you please share your requests? So this movement is actually what is needed, because it allows to formulate the state of hope. And this is the key idea of psychological video address and the rest. Do we have time? Well, possibly we do have time. Well, we could actually follow your commentaries. You could just outline what tools you use so that it is clear to our colleagues that we have 3 to 5 minutes for super express psychotherapy. Well, apart from the sense, the idea itself, 85% of the information is perceived by the viewers, the audience. Therefore, it is highly important to the picture that the client sees. The outlook of the consultant is important, so as to demonstrate professionalism and accurate, gentle behavior. So this allows our patients to be guided by such consultants because they give hope towards deciding, towards the decision of their cases. We see that the background is sometimes working. Initially, at the first consultation, the request of the patient is declared as a problem, and continuously this problem becomes lighter, so as to highlight a bright perspective, bright horizons, to have the same successful resolution of a situation. And to wrap up, it is necessary to focus the attention of the client on the situation itself once the client comes up with prospective alternatives instead of destructive behavior. And this allows us to adapt the behavior of the client, and thus we highlight the private position of the client, and we also allow clients to formulate their resources.
Well, surely when we do the positive support or we show when what can be the negative results, let's listen to the conclusion. You probably try, and I'll wish you success. Surely we close the consultation very positively, and then you also see the brand name. We also have the contact details so that everyone could have a feedback. In video, we intently don't mention how long does the consultation take. But I believe what the information given is enough for a person to be motivated to continue the therapy. Now let's go back to the presentation. What I want to stress, throughout the 7 years of the functioning of our project, we covered a lot in social networks. We have the YouTube channel, we have Instagram page, Facebook page. We see that more than 400,000 people addressed us during this time. What are the advantages of the project? First of all, this is the possibility to find the help 24/7. It's 100% confidential. No, the data on visiting the website, the resource is not registered. There are no such projects existing. Our projects exist in the internet. The list of different problematic situations is being edited constantly. Now we have more than 500 sample queries. And the interface is very easy, that's also very beneficial for the users. Now we have two specialists, two types of specialists with videos. Me and Mr. Katkov also have the possibility for the feedback. in order to use the interface, it's not necessary to have any special skills. It's easy and it's very intuitive. Now the project has a new phase. We want to have an upgrade in order to have a better quality of the videos. We also want to make it more innovative. We also want to extend the number of typical situations that are addressed on our website, because there are new realities that we need to target in our videos. We also want other professionals to join us on the project. And I believe now it's a high time to remember what Pitak was saying. The smart people is to forecast the problems, and the matter of the brave ones to manage the situation, the problematic situation. And now we all need to be brave and smart. And now I want to show you the teaser video of our project. It will be a very good resume of the whole speech that I was just giving to you. Available 24/7, absolutely confidential, very large coverage, dynamic, unique, intuitive interface, feedback, efficiency, how it works, and the website. Choose the theme and watch video.
Благодарю вас за внимание.
Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much, very illustrative. Madame Yabargenova has really contributed a lot to this project. She is at the heart of this project, and her zest, her motivation and inspiration is actually the very blood and flesh of our project, and we are actually ready to start the second phase of our project, and we see how it helps a lot of people, and it's very important, and just shown not only the advantages but also some disadvantages of this project, because it needs some further continuation, some maybe new ideas. Are there any questions? There's a question from Madame Legastaeva. Sometimes we believe that such projects that are so widely available will devaluate the professional psychotherapy. The question really is really interesting. Thank you very much for your attention. Will such project really devalue the professional help? In our project, we always underline the necessity of the professional consultation. So I believe there won't be any devaluation. This is a social project. There is no commercial profit from this, but this is also an indirect advertisement of services. This is also something that gives the possibility to our potential customers to understand how it works, if we really need it, if we really like the consultants that have been present there. Well, as for the parapsychologists, yeah, our content is being copied a lot, but it's actually being copied by our colleagues. But we are happy with that. We are welcoming this. But still, we ask to give a reference to our project. As for the parapsychologist, I believe that if we improve the quality, if for parapsychologists, we are kind of an educative platform, then why not? At least we'll have some education. I remember the content of the majority of these videos. In those videos, we always refer, especially in some very complex situations, some psychopathological emotions. We always quite directly say that people should go to the specialists, to the professionals of the field, not only psychotherapists, but also other specialties like narcologists and so on and so forth. So the project is absolutely and only about the professionals. It's not about this lightweight understanding of psychotherapy. And as for the advertisement of psychotherapy, this was one of our goals. We did everything that was possible so that this platform could be a positive advertisement of the field in general. The project is working, unfortunately not as active as it could be possibly beneficial, but still it works. The project doesn't have actual financing, so we cannot really promote this content in social networks. Right now, it costs quite a lot, and it takes the whole team to promote a project in a social network. And it was actually promoted by the by the word of mouth. This is why we need probably to upgrade this project, to find new topical video, to film new topical videos, to promote the social psychotherapy better, to promote the specialists who would find the possibility, the time to take part in this project. At the start, we had many potential speakers, but when it actually came to the real work, to the preparation, then there were not so many volunteers anymore, because there are not so many people who want to spend their time in very thorough preparation for something that won't be so immediately commercially profitable. But for us, with my colleague, this is a work that we believe is very important, and we would be happy if other professionals will join us, all professionals who want to join this large-scale psychotherapeutical project. I would also like to comment. Thank you very much, Gurmira, for your wonderful report. Thank you, Mr. Katkov, for this resource, for this platform. I've been following the development of the platform for 5 years. I've been checking it quite regularly, every 3 or 4 days, maybe. And I'm really admired by this professional resource. Why it is also interesting to me, I see how it uses different elements of super express therapy. And my question is the following. I understand that you don't track the statistics. The majority of queries are confidential, but afterwards, probably some of your clients from the platform, probably they go to you or other professional psychotherapists. Maybe you can estimate very, very approximately how many people actually then go to the therapy, how efficient is this super express therapy, or maybe you don't have the data. So here is my question. Madam Ayabergenova, can you please comment? Thank you very much to the question. The question is really good. Thank you very much. As for now, we don't have the statistics. We don't show it publicly. We have the counter for the number of people who joined the website. We have different feedback on the email. But as for the efficiency, the feedback is always positive. Most people who decided to write a feedback is like 100% positive. Probably this is the main thing I want to say about the efficiency of super express therapy. And as for the cooperation with clients, the communication with clients, I believe that on such a platform, an ecological platform, where we have not just two specialists, but many specialists from different parts of the field, when we have like the whole American buffet here, and when we have such a project that actually is a good advertisement for another ecological platform where different specialists are gathered. So it would be good to have this super express therapy, and then it would be good if such platform could directly lead a person to the long-term, mid-term, or short-term therapy. Usually then long-term or short-term therapy leads to self-therapy, and it's very, very beneficial for the mental health of a person. And when when we can work with those universal targets for the therapy. So I believe if you are interested in kind of a cooperation, we would be upgrading the project, we would be expanding it, and can join our forces. It would be then beneficial for all. I would only like to add one example from my private practice. This internet resource is very good to find the contact of so-called cold customers who doesn't know you. I have quite a bunch of clients who want to have a consultation, but they don't know me. Probably someone recommended me. They have some doubts. Some people believe that the pricing is not that good and so on. And in such cases, when they have so many doubts, I address them to this resource. We can have the general idea how I consult. We can see if they would trust me and so on, because this personal attitude is very important, personal understanding. And when a person usually comes back for proper therapy, when he or her had this look, he or she had this try. Well, I'm very happy that we are back on schedule. So now we've finished the first part of our conference right at 1 p.m. and we have a lunch break from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Well, the discussion that was written in the schedule was actually scheduled in case we would have not be running out of time, and a proper discussion would take place at the end of the day, because the topic is very interesting. I believe everyone would be joining it. I want to thank all the speakers who took the floor. And now we have a wonderful possibility to give us some forces, some strength during this lunch break. So we have a break up to 2 p.m. Moscow time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Я еще раз приветствую всех наших и очных участников здесь, которые в зале, и заочных наших участников. Мы продолжаем конференцию по социальной психотерапии. Это стартовое и очень важное мероприятие первого межконтинентального конгресса по психотерапии. И я с большим удовольствием представляю слово Титовой Владе Викторовне. Влада Викторовна – кандидат медицинских наук, доцент кафедры психиатрии Центрального государственной медицинской академии управления делами президента Российской Федерации и доцент кафедры психосоматики и психотерапии Санкт-Петербургского государственного педиатрической медицинской академии России, город Санкт-Петербург. Доклад «Модель массовой первичной психотерапевтической помощи населению с использованием телевизионной, радио, интернет-коммуникации». Влада Викторовна, пожалуйста, мы вас внимательно слушаем.
Спасибо большое, Александр Лазаревич. И снова хочется поприветствовать всех коллег. Вот. Перед тем, как говорить про модели, или точнее модели возможной массовой и первичной психотерапевтической помощи населению, мне бы хотелось коротко остановиться на характеристиках состояния населения, с которым сейчас в наших условиях приходится работать. Когда я начинала готовить свое выступление, мне пришли на ум строчки из стихотворения «Пятая годовщина» Иосифа Бродского. Да?
Well, I would like to quote Joseph Brodsky. We are all in a new reality. And Inga Burikova talked about that today. So my association is that we must pursue to get from point A to point B. Because today we are all utterly exhausted. We are now entering into new global transformations, and lots of people cannot cope with that. This means that the vast majority of population encounters social stress. I have got the definition of stress that seems exciting to me. For example, the definition by Ozhegov, it is a traditional definition in the best traditions of Hans Simelier, but I would rather fancy the definition by Kopfel. This is the assessment of your own resources as unable to resist the threat to lose the desired state, which is identified by our anticipations, expectations, and desires. What are the social stressors? There is a vast majority of classifications of social stressors. I would like to refer to the latest as of 2019. The strongest are stresses related to macrosocial transformations, aggressive life conditions that impacted everyone, as well as stresses due to mass media aggression. Today, there is no definite information. The information is very complicated, and there is mistrust to what is reported in mass media. Well, today, Inga already referred to the parameters of a new reality that were very elegantly formulated by Alexander Lulier. And I think that in 2020, no one would believe that this could be the reality. No one expected these changes to occur. And these changes turned out to be unnatural. One of the key social stressors are indefiniteness, which means that we cannot rely on any long-term or short-term perspectives, and all this causes stress. This means that people lose their ability to assess the situation logically. And therefore, there is a lot of panic, and there is a lot of feeling of some negative consequences, mobilization, and people start to refer to the past. And therefore, this indefiniteness even exacerbates the distress of indefiniteness. There is such a term related to our reactions to unclear, unknown situations. Here you can see the data of the research, and we see the results for a person who encountered the distress of indefiniteness. There were lots of emotions related to anxiety, the feeling of shame, and responsibility for the decision made. And all that is related to cognitive, spontaneous evaluations. I would like to say a couple of words about how things have changed around the globe. In November, I read a paper in a medical journal with data presented on how largely spread the pandemic is. We see that initially it was 280 people, but now what we see is that there is an increase in women by 28% and in men by 22%. This is highly indicative. Now let's look at how these anxiety disorders have exacerbated. The best situation is in China and in Mongolia. A similar situation is in Finland and in Australia, in Nigeria, and in the US. We can see that this is a large growth. It's high percentage. But even worse is the situation in some Latin American countries. In Turkey, some 39% of incremental growth. How can we verify a depressive episode? Well, we must build our data on clear criteria, and everything must be clinically verified. We can see that there is a growth in women by 30%. Well, regrettably, so far, we do not see any data. The situation is very similar with anxiety disorders. We have depressive, anxious pathology, and it's very difficult to discern in between them. There is a lot of research related to post-COVID states. Well, it seems that if a person has get rid of COVID, they should fastly get back to normal life. Let's look at this diagram. We see that there is insomnia, 79%, cognitive dysfunction, 20%, anxiety, post-traumatic disorder, 16%, post-traumatic stress, 13%. And therefore, to this end, such a term as post-COVID depression appeared. And here we can see the most typical features. Anhedonia means that a person is unable to be happy about positive things. And this is a very important problem. And on top of that, there is asthenia. It was a little bit difficult for me to find fresh data for Russia, but still I managed on the RBK. At the same time, to compare, we can see that the first and the second wave of the pandemic, those who wanted to have aid was growing by 3%, whereas during the second wave of pandemic, those amounted to 22%. So we see that there is an incremental growth by twice. Well, if you are interested in more detailed numbers, I can share it with you. Now I would like to say a few words about a few projects where I participated. For 17 years, I have been working with a TV broadcasting company, and we did all sorts of investigations. Those were investigations of different types. Well, I definitely won't be able to tell you about everything, but I would like to say a few words about how efficient these programs are. I remember there was a program called The Hour of a Psychotherapist, and it was a live program. And this program also involved Facebook, and it was there at night, and it was broadcast for 6 years, and there was an opportunity to directly cooperate with the audience. This program was a bit different from other programs. We always talk about depressions, and we decided to speak about panic attacks. And this program was there to enhance the knowledge level and the awareness level of the population. And this program allowed users to address online, and they could just address their questions via an SMS, chat, or a specific forum. And we received lots of letters. It was very exciting to have a look at those letters. We registered all the phone calls, and it was very exciting for us to see the structure of pathology and so on and so forth. To my major excitement, we were able to see people that were in different life situations, and we have a vast audience indeed. So I suggested that I remember that we received roughly 10,000 of letters, and we wanted to answer those letters. And it was very important for us to have those letters. Here on this diagram, you can see the distribution of the audience. And in this program, the viewers could come. However, later, this program failed because when a person is anxious, it is difficult for them to produce information. On top of that, while with the psychotherapist, some people share the information that cannot be actually disclosed online. So we had to cut this information out. We had to blur the faces or use some face covers in order to just avoid lawsuits and in order to be ethical. But anyway, all these participants were full-fledged participants of the process. We had lots of letters, and members of the audience supported our idea. They told us that it was very important for them to have this program. They offered their support, and even we were able to produce some digest of how their lives went on. And once again, I would like to focus on the following. We see that the majority of our members of the audience have higher education. And now again, what were the most regular questions? The most regular questions were related to disadaptability and some adaptability disorders. And I believe that we did a lot to help those people. There were lots of questions regarding some conflicts, and this is what these conflicts looked like. There are conflicts with children, conflicts at work, bullying at work, etc. Going back to the previous slide, you can see that the majority of complaints are related to communication with colleagues and other members of the society, what could be the potential exercises to practice, and the percentage of depressions is also presented here. You can see that some 4% of requests were related to high suicidal risks and domestic violence. There was another question, and we have to be very careful about such questions, especially discussing such questions online. As for questions regarding conflicts in the families, well, the majority of those were addressed by women from 40 to 45 years. There were other typical complaints that are quite regular for particular ages. There were questions regarding loneliness and how to overcome loneliness and lack of confidence in yourself. And here you can see the data when loneliness hits men and when loneliness hits women. We can see that women feel themselves lonely starting from 40, and they are very often subject to internal crises. Communication is another issue, another problem. Well, I can speak for quite a long about this program, and because it is not only us who actually impose these conditions, but also the radio stations that ask us to produce these programs. Anyway, colleagues, when you work on TV, once you interact with the audience, this does not belong to you as your intellectual property. And to be able to show this program, I would have to overcome lots of legal obstacles. So I decided not to show any fragments of this program to you. And to wrap up my short presentations, I would like to refer to the recommendations that were produced by the entire world and experts to overcome the crisis of mental health of the nation. And these recommendations say that we must actively discuss issues related to the change of psycho-emotional state, because today psycho-emotional state is our top priority, and today psycho-emotional disorders actually assume top positions in the world, on par with the cardiovascular disorders and oncologists. Therefore, we have to do everything to prevent exacerbation. It is not recommended to split our health into physical and psychic health. We, vice versa, must be integral and involve different kinds of organizations and approaches into our regular practices.
И закончить мне хотелось бы словами Виктора Франкла, которого я очень люблю. Мне показалось, что эта фраза сегодня как никогда актуальна. Дела человечества плохи, но они будут еще хуже, если не будет людей, которые попытаются их исправить. Искренне хочется верить, что мы с вами как раз имеем отношение к этой категории людей, что мы не будем равнодушно просто констатировать факт, что все не очень хорошо или плохо, а мы как раз попытаемся включиться в эту миссию и исправить уже существующую.
We'll try to work better and we'll try to work as hard as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you for indeed a very interesting report. And now I want to ask our audience, both online and offline, to join in and please ask the question to our speaker. Thank you, Madam Titova, for indeed very interesting report. Lots of facts, and it was very interesting. Together with my colleague from the psychological newspaper, we were discussing a very interesting matter, and I want to discuss it with you as well. Usually psychotherapists, psychologists, people, they come for with a potential, with a kind of a question. With a psychological, with social therapy, something different is made. And I believe what you've shown in your report is a balance. This is a work with the query and without. So can you comment this issue of an inquiry in the social psychotherapy? So what is better for the social inquiry? Some letters, calls, different types of inquiries, or we don't really need this and we need to work with the situation in general. Thank you very much. The question is indeed very interesting. Thank you very much. I was sure you would have an interesting question in the pocket. I believe the main inquiry in the social psychotherapy, this is the state of demoralization, the lack of resources, or even exhaustion, depletion of the inner resource of a person. We can already work with that. This transfer, this transition of people from this demoralized state to the stable state where people can actually have a very good quality of life, quality of health, both mental and physical, and in social psychotherapy, it's possible. Here we need a good training, good education for the specialist, because specialists also need to prove everything in their own state, need to share their own state with the clients. We can also work within this balance with a particular inquiry, because many people, if a person for the very first time encountered the panic attack, then we can use this as an inquiry. Every person who listens need to understand that it's about him, about her, about some close people. For a long time, I've been working with Mr. Sakurov, and he was teaching how to work with the state, how we need to work with the audience, how to transfer the state. And I believe here it's very, very important to show a person that it is something that resonates with a particular person. It should go beyond the level of just awareness. A person should just stop and understand, oh, that's about me. I need this. I believe it's very, very important and what is needed. I would like to comment as a co-chair. Well, the question is very peculiar. You kind of oppose those two possibilities, working without inquiry or working with inquiry. And I believe this is what we were talking in the first part of our conference. We don't need to oppose those different types of work. We need to combine them. We understand that sometimes we need to work with particular inquiry, sometimes we need to work just with the states without particular inquiry from the society. We sometimes can feel it, understand it better than the person. We can see the field for the social psychotherapy. What is also important to mention here is that the social psychotherapy is not about some abstract specialists. Those are very well trained psychotherapists who can address the social issues. I believe that here we also need the awareness and the literacy from the part of our audience, of the clients, who should be aware of the psychotherapy, of the social psychotherapy. And it's good that we have new models, new platforms. In the very first part of our conference, we were talking that there were two state channels that are working on parapsychology, actually. Such TV channels as REN TV, we are all promoting parapsychologists. So we first of all need to have some channels, some possibility to actually get rid of those para-specialists. I believe we could have such a possibility. I believe that now we probably shouldn't be talking about the TV channels. We should be talking about internet channels. In our experience, I really liked how all of the types of media collaborated. Our program was broadcasted on TV, on internet, and radio. And I was very shocked that so many foreigners were joining us. So many people joined us from Australia and New Zealand. This is, I believe, the main stake right now is for the internet, because it can be followed from very many different fields. Yeah, from a technical side, and so for the content, what kind of the program it should be, how it should be organized, how you say it, content-wise. Well, that's a long topic for discussion. I believe this should be something that shows a very good example of specialists dedicated who work in mental health. People, we still have the stigmatization of a field. People are very reluctant to go to a psychotherapist. They are very, very afraid that it can be stigmatized. As our colleague has already said, and sometimes people need to look at a person, see how a person works in order to understand, well, it's not somebody frightening, that's absolutely normal person who can help. This program should be a very easy tool to start psychotherapy. It should be something that would give person a possibility to do some bits of self-therapies, like the uncertainty distress and so on. People usually don't have the necessary knowledge for this. The most interesting way to convey the idea is to use the metaphors, to convey it through some fairy tales. And people were conveying it quite easily, we were understanding it so differently. Because for people, it was easier to follow, easier to compare. I believe the legend, myths, metaphors, fairy tales, stories, they actually are very valuable tools, because people can find some certain words and those legends, certain notions that can resonate with them, and they can attribute it to themselves and interpret it for themselves. We were also doing the round tables for some main problems. We were inviting different people. For example, Mr. Katkov, Mr. Reshetnikov, and they were discussing issues of freedom, of death, and I actually even didn't want to say a word. I only wanted to listen. We also had another format that also proved to be very efficient. 4 hours per day, we were having a kind of a we had a very interesting format, the trust line. So on the TV, there was, for example, a movie, and on a very small part of the screen, you could see a person who is sitting on the trust line. You can call, you cannot hear through the TV the person, you hear the person only over the phone, but you can see the eyes, you can see the mimic. It could have been very interesting and promising to continue such a work. Well, without the vision, without the understanding how we need to present it on the TV, on the internet, we won't be able to convey our ideas to those who can help us with the realization of those projects with finances. We need to have a clear vision of what we want to do. probably those can be some literacy projects. Probably those can be some kind of metaphoric reading and so on. But we need to clearly understand what we're going to do. Otherwise, it will be just a sandcastle that will only stay in our dreams. You are true an expert in this field because you worked a lot on such projects on TV, because this is why we hope that through your experience, we will be able to create such programs on the internet, on some federal state TV channels, on the radio. Are there other questions to Madam Titova? Yeah, the issue is very relevant, very interesting, and we have a lot to discuss in here. Another question. The mic is switched off. The interpretation is not possible. The mic is back. The mic is back and we are waiting for the question. The question is the following. As in politics, even the status of a politician, you cannot really, even having the status of a politician, you cannot influence people sometimes. I believe the same goes for the social psychotherapy. Actually, people from culture, art, journalists, bloggers, those are people who influenced people. If they could have become the loudspeaker for the social psychotherapy, then the psychotherapy would be more the psychotherapy who could have a better status. Do you think we can use such people to use them as loudspeakers so that the content of the special TV programs or internet programs would be more efficient? Because if a person sees just a psychotherapist, then probably nobody will trust. Once again, I believe this is important. To use such possibilities, such intellectuals who already have a possibility to influence other people. At the same time, there is another notion.
Психотерапевты и психологи, к сожалению, мало смотрим по сторонам, к сожалению, мало анализируем опыт.
Well, regrettably, psychologists and psychotherapists disregard other areas of knowledge. Many years ago, I decided to look at how actors are taught, and I was so much surprised to see that everything, what we need, is already there. For example, how to prepare performers to perform in front of an audience, how to make them alleviate and relieve stress. So, and I can see that, I can justly say that on the stage, all of the drawbacks and disadvantages can be multiplied by the factor of 2 once you're on the stage. And then I realized how indeed we should prepare psychologists and psychotherapists. And I decided to talk about that with intellectuals, with culture leaders, the academics. But the ultimate goal was to change the education of psychotherapists.
Вот этого момента как раз не было, и вот этот был
So
преизрядный.
this is what is lacking, actually, in our professional preparation. I hope, however, that considering that our new program is already there, we would be able to have a different approach. Well, to wrap up what you have said, I believe that we must ensure that every expert can live embracing his own soul, as Carl Jung said, and then everything is going to be fine. Right, just to wrap up. A quote by Anatoly Zakharov, who is just an excellent director of a theater, and for 25 years, his theater has been top. And when he was alive, together with Daria Zlatopolskaya, she's a very well-known person in the space and in culture. So he said very exciting things. So he said that there is a specific approach to selecting performers, which is called castings. And if you do not have any particular connection with the Lancome Theatre, then you're not accepted. This is the secret. But I thought there was something complicated, but it's not. Mark Zakharov, I recommend it to everyone. He has made lots of quite exciting things. So please, really recommend.
Викторовна, еще раз спасибо большое. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо.
Очень интересный и важный доклад. И следующий у нас...
Thank you, Vlada. A very exciting report. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Chistikov, who is a professional psychologist and head of the Ecological Platform project. He's going to talk about his presentation himself, and the title of his presentation is called The Ecological Platform as a Necessary Information Component of the Method Model of Social Psychotherapy.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Очень сложно выступать в конце.
Dear colleagues, it's quite difficult to speak almost at the very end of the conference because everything you wanted to say in your report is already said. And I'm sorry if I'm going to repeat myself. Well, definitely, today we have to encounter lots of destructive processes, and it is indeed a challenge. And this challenge is becoming more and more unpredictable, and this is what former presenters already said. Alexander Katkov has developed his own psychotherapy methods, and he also justified the tools to counteract to these epidemics. The structure of this model, according to the general theory that was elaborated by Alexander, includes the metamodal technology, human resources, social psychotherapy institutions, including the institution of self-regulation. And all this implies the establishment of an integrated principles, which is a direct communication between professionals and our clients. Considering everything mentioned above, our aim was to create an ecological internet platform as a unified information resource in the structure of the social psychotherapy metamodal, capable of providing direct communication of the population with specialists working in the field of social psychotherapy. Therefore, consolidation is all the essence. In this connection, we faced the necessity to resolve the following tasks: to create direct channels of interaction between the population and professionals in social psychotherapy in order to fully embrace the techniques of the social psychotherapy metamodal, to resolve the problem of accessibility of information programs, of differentiated groups of population, professional psychotherapists and counselors, to create an environment for comprehensive communication of the professional community of social psychotherapists, including not only the exchange of the information, but also the possibility of organizing a wide professional self-regulating community with the fullest possible satisfaction of all the needs of the members of this community. To ensure that educational programs are accessible to the widest possible public and to the full spectrum of professional community of social psychotherapists, to enable individual, organization, community, association with representation on the environmental platform to meet all their needs within the metamodal of social psychotherapy. In a broader scene, in a broader understanding, our task was to ensure interaction between three key models of psychotherapy: direct communication with professionals, bringing together the broadest community of professionals, and on top, the opportunity to bring together professionals. Those are the Association of Psychotherapy and Consultancy and International Institution of Psychotherapy. All these institutions were to be together within this platform. In order to fulfill these tasks, work began on the ecological internet platform, SciTalk. This is how we named it. Unfortunately, the destructive social epidemics of recent times have also had a certain impact on our project, which has been extended by almost a full year and a half. The first test version of the ecological SciTalk platform has been presented. It can be accessed at http://scitalk.expert or by the QR code, which you can see on the screen of the presentation. Just point the camera of your smartphone at it. So today we can boast a fully fledged platform that is working. I would like to present you the first test version of the psychological platform, SciTalk, and you can visit its website by a relevant link that I have already mentioned. So you can have a go at it. Once again, it is the first public test version of our platform. So don't be shy. So you can have a look at the functionality, you can touch it basically. Well, regrettably, it is not full-fledged enough, it is not yet ripe, but we are looking forward to your recommendations to make us better, to make the functionality of this website better, in order to embrace all of the professionals with similar competencies. So therefore, we would like to provide a most comfortable and the most emotional platform. The TikTok platform, a SciTalk platform, includes several servers. Those are large-scale services that are closely linked and interact in an ecological manner. The client therapist service provides a direct channel for the professional community of social psychotherapists and counselors to communicate with the population remotely via video link. As each therapist practicing through the platform services is professionally selected, and most often a member of a social psychotherapy association, and has access to unique and effective standardized methods in the Social Psychotherapy Institute. The client, therefore, often receives a truly professional consultation and is insured against gypsyism, so common in our reality. In addition, the client is also not prone to parapsychologists' impact and their fake practices. In addition, the client has feedback from the administration of the platform, and the quality of care is under the auspices of the expert council of the Association for Social Therapy and Counseling, as the range of the specialists of the platform and in the Association of Social Psychotherapy and Counseling is very broad. The client gets access to the most effective, varied, modern, high-quality psychotherapeutic help as a result. The Service International Association for Social Psychotherapy and Counseling. On the screen, you can read a more detailed description of this association, but I should put it that way. This association brings together all experts in healthcare, in social aid, and other services, what we have just mentioned. including members of the government, everything that serves the interests of social psychotherapy. The members of the association are professional psychotherapeutic communities. To us, it would be very important to have under this aegis all of the professionals and consultants in social psychotherapy as a consolidated and united tool. We believe that the advantage of such classification is an integral standard for Kazan, and therefore this increases the efficiency of this platform for the population, whereas self-regulation may allow its members to have accreditation and be a professional union, a professional community, something that many consultants and paratherapists lack. On top of that, SERVICE, International Institute for Psychotherapy and Counseling, is an important tool for training and professional development of social psychotherapists and counselors. This service is a unified and effective training program for new specialists and further training of practicing psychotherapists. Psychologists and counselors will give them actually working programs and methods for social psychotherapy, as well as tools for objective monitoring of the therapeutic process. In addition, these training programs will integrate specialists with basic psychotherapists, counseling psychologists, and related competencies in the structure of the social psychotherapy meta model, as well as an undeniable benefit of having such a resource on the platform is the creation of continuity. Graduates of the Institute today are often choose their free way, and this free way is not being monitored, provided that the former student is not a member of master's degree or a postgraduate. So we suggest to have some kind of an inheritance on this platform. First, students who have successfully graduated, they can register with the platform and receive specific services via the service. This is going to allow our graduates to have access to the clinical database on the one hand, to enhance their professional activities, and on the other hand, these graduates would be guided and they would benefit from the support that is not going to impact the quality of their life. Because today we can't say for sure that there are experts who have no difficulties in realizing themselves, and quite often they have to reject clients or just drop clients halfway, so they do not deliver on all the expectations, and this triggers negative impact.
This is the negative impact for the client, and ethical complications. That's surely very, very bad from the ethical point of view. So if we have a kind of a work that I described, it would be easier for the new specialists to be integrated in the field, and also it will be surely beneficial for the clients, for the customers. For every person, it means a better quality of consultations, and for the new specialist, it will provide the possibility to train. We should also take into the account different kinds of online schools. We should work according to the standards and the defined methodology. SciTalk is a very well integrated system, and it can be integrated rather easy. We decided not to copy the services for creation of online schools that have some limited functionality, that only have some templates. We decided to have it differently. We decided to be very flexible with all of the institutions who want to join the platform, and we would adapt and optimize our service for different institutions that will show their interest in working with us. All the students who will qualify will also be part of our succession program, would also be part of our database, and could be patroned by our specialists. Another service that is called the blog. It is suited for different information materials, different written content, video content. I hope that we will have different video channels, for example, YouTube channels, like something kind of a YouTube for us, where we would be able to broadcast educational materials, have webinars hosted. What we also have in plans, we want to register as an e-media, so that all the publications were registered. Especially it would be important for scientific publications, so that it could be quoted, it can be used for studies, scientific studies and research studies as well. What I would like to sum up. What is so ecological about SciTalk platform? We believe we try to widely cover the needs of all people who are present on the platform. Organizations, different individuals, all can find everything that is needed. Contents, clients, expert counsel, experts, everything that is needed for a professional to grow. Also, clients, consultants, probably even bloggers, representatives of some adjacent professions that can be related to social psychotherapy. Mr. Katkov has been talking about this quite extensively. I believe we all we made it everything so that everyone could find something for himself or herself. The platform is also for the needs of professionals of different level. So what those professionals can do, they can get the access to the database that is quite big. They can become the members of the professional associations. We can get the certificate. We can get the necessary documents to legalize their work. They can have an access to the different institutions that work within our scope. So the platform is actually given the tools, methodology, instruments of monitoring of the psychotherapeutic processes, results for young degrees of the International Institute of Social Psychotherapy also will benefit from the platform. They can get access to the database, and they will be tutored by the professional consultants who already have experience of work and can help the new professionals to become really professional and become mature in the field. Also, for the graduates, there will be a possibility to get access to the main publications. Also, within our platform, it would be possible to have a further training. I hope that in future we will also have a possibility to publish different scientific work on the platform. So we will have, I believe, a contract with the publisher, so it would be so easily through the platform to work with different publishing houses. There would be also an advantage of our extensive library, but will show different resources.
Когда мудила вздох,
На ресурсе она работает, и обратную связь будем получать.
We will also have the feedback function. We also have a feedback function in SciTalk. But also to introduce our team that does a lot to make this project possible. The head of a project, Dmitry Chistikov, the specialist in organized psychology, candidate of medical sciences, it's me. The scientific consultant, Mr. Alexander Katkov, the doctor of medical sciences, vice president of All Russian Professional Psychotherapeutic League, and a very prominent person in our field. IT assistance and the promotion of a project, the digital director of the project, Mr. Bondarenko Artyom. The head of the Association of a Social Psychotherapist and Consultant, Nadezhda Murcheva, who is a very well experienced psychotherapist, the head of exclusive educational programs for the specialist, Madam Natalia Kluzhina, the PhD in psychology, the head of International Institute of Social Psychotherapy and Consultancy, Republic of Kazakhstan. Well, our team has a well-defined strategy, has the understanding of the development of the main methodologies. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you for such a well-structured presentation of the platform. It has a very good perspectives in terms of social psychotherapy. We all know that new models of estimations of the psychological consultations are being developed. They will be presented in a clear, in some clear structure for the client. So basically, if such instrument will be delivered, it can be shown on your website, on your platform, and actually everyone can use it in order to estimate if the session was effective or not. From your point of view, first of all, do you believe such instruments will draw new specialists to the platform, or it will be something that professionals will fear? And as for the ethical component, how it should be then made so that it would be ethical? Because nobody wants to be estimated for a particular instrument without any without agreeing to be evaluated. Well, I will begin with the second part of your question, with ethical component of a tool for estimation of efficiency of a psychotherapeutic session. When you have a valid scientific approval, the test of this system, nobody will argue this system, because it will be approved. All the tests are actually now available in the internet. You can get even the description and so on. I believe there are no ethical problems with that. From another point of view, and I believe that the creation of such tool that can evaluate the dynamics of psychotherapy in a non-judgmental way. Well, me as a psychologist, I can see probably some dynamics, but the program will show me that there is no dynamics. Probably I should change then something. For me, it's clear that every person who wants to grow as a professional would be interested in such a tool that can help to work better. If you're not only about taking money for some particular services, but if you have a bigger goal to help a person when you'll be really up for such a tool that can help you evaluate the dynamics of your work. I hope such instruments would be very well spread. Thank you very much. That's a very interesting point. And here I also believe it is very important, and we discussed it already with the clients. Right now, only internet studies on broad scale are available, and such internet tests should exist. At the same time, such research have the double function. It can be used as a technology for the evaluation. We can evaluate the dynamic of particular methodology, of particular practices within the therapy. And the second function is actually therapy. So at the same time, it is evaluation and it is still a part of the therapy. And if we try to gently push our professionals, our professional field, and I want to highlight it once again, we try to gently push the field to the standardization. I believe that's a very right step. There are no dangers. And even the most orthodox psychotherapists who believe that psychotherapy is only art, it can be standardized. No, I believe they are wrong. And by using such tools, we can show them, we can prove them that actually this is what shows us, this is what defines us, and this is what actually differentiate us from the very uncertain market of very strange psychotechnical so-called specialists. If a client also takes part in the evaluation process, this is very important. You know, dentists show clients how dentists work. So some people actually like watching it. Some other people, we just watch horror movies. And we also need to give some tools of monitoring to our clients as well. And it will define us in a better way. And it will show that we are different from all those who are not very professional, actually. Any other questions or maybe comments? Yes, we have a question or comment from Madam Burikova. You try to address a very large audience of psychotherapists, right? Or it will be only for some close selection of specialists? There are so-called aggregators. Do you want also to become the aggregator for the specialists? So how it will really function? How you will check, in case you become the aggregator, how you will check the qualifications of the specialists? So how you see this for you? Thank you very much, Madam Burikova. I will answer in two parts. The first part of the question, I will answer it, and as for the promotion, I will give the floor, if you allow me, to my digital director, who is more qualified to answer this question, because I would sound quite awkward. We all understand I mean, everyone who is gathered here, we all know that there are two main messages. Well, first of all, we need to overcome social destructive epidemics. And in order to do that, we need all the efforts of the professional community. This is the first message. The second message, professional community is not only about specialists, about psychotherapists, but those are also professionals from some adjacent spheres. So social psychotherapy is it attracts very big range of specialists. Well, the saving of those who are drowning is in the hands of those who are drowning. And now we professionals need to save ourselves. Yeah, you said that such platforms exist. Well, we are not similar. The functionality there is quite limited. They usually are about selling clients or about selling a particular therapy specialist. Our platform is really ecological. We are to build the community. We need to build the community ourselves. We don't have to wait for someone to say, hey, now you're a community. We need to self-regulate ourselves, and we need to define rules, because otherwise one day we will be just imposed what we need to do. We are the community. We are here, all joined both offline and online. We are to define how we should be present and represented in the internet and offline. We really need to do it so that the services would be really available. Everyone has different standards of what professional is needed. A young lady, an older person who is a professor, every person has its own requirements.
Well, colleagues, our range expands, so clients can choose.
So
our clients are not rushing anywhere. They just go to other specialists, to psychiatrists, or they start self-psychotherapy, or they addressed our institution to Natalie, and they ultimately become our colleagues. So this is what happens actually. I mean, the Association of Social Psychotherapy brings together all the professionals, and the same occurs to us. Why can't we have Gestalt therapists? Why can't we have phenomenologists or art therapists or therapists of any other modality? This is how it should be. This is what it should be like. What is meant by the institution of psychotherapy? It is just a very generalized notion. It is a unified notion. But this doesn't mean that we should let Gestalt therapists there. Why not? They have all the right to exist, to work like 40-something other experts who work with other modalities. Okay, they do what they do, and well, I have got nothing against them.
Вторую часть вопроса по поводу
I would also see them among our colleagues.
собственных сервисов. Я бы хотел все-таки
As for different platforms, our own services,
потому что он тоже приложил очень
I
много
would like
усилий
to give the floor to Artyom
то, что мы видим,
because he implemented a lot of efforts
состоялось.
to have actually what we have. Artyom Olegovich, well, it just seemed to me that Inga meant the following thing. There are some primary filters that allow us to discern between professionals and non-professionals. And this is the so-called primary filter. Could you please clarify? Yeah, sorry, I just overlooked some questions. Only those would be allowed to the platform who correspond to specific requirements, including absence or presence of specific education, which allows to do therapeutic activities according to the laws of the Russian Federation. Next, I would like to address you, colleagues, to suggest your wishes and your desires as a professional community, as an association. Once there are some rules, we can justify who we want to see in our professional community. These are the rules. It is not us who set these rules, and not the administration or the platform. It is just an environment that would be comfortable to you. And the rules of the game would be identified by you, by us, all of us, by some democratic procedure. Or we would choose some specific body, let's say members of some expert organization, very respected people who are competent. Okay, right. So everyone can be accommodated by the hotel, but the rules are different for all residents. Right, now I got it. And I'm sorry, just again, the last question. Well, you have actually taken my second question already. So everything that Dmitry Romanovich said would make it different. Right, everyone has got their own room, and we are going to implement professional, so to say, filtration. We are going to be very selective, and only then would we be able to see who wants to receive some aid. Well, regrettably, current aggregators are not anyhow different, and they allowed us to identify one huge problem. These aggregators do not serve the professional community. Currently, the filtration in these aggregators follows the following principle. There are different professionals, and not all of them are actually true professionals. Therefore, we need moderator groups that would represent members of professional community, and unless it is proved that this person indeed deserves it, we won't name a particular expert an expert just for nothing. That's right, absolutely right. This is what belongs to promotion. As for promotion, we are going to stay focused on our commitments, and we are going to claim that there is short-term psychological help, but if you encounter a true problem, you need to address an expert. And we are going to demonstrate that there are lots of experts, all of them are good experts. And we are going to demonstrate that this platform is a particular tool owned by the association, and we are going to do video hostings. The platform is going to provide an instrument, a tool, to ensure that you can stay on the platform. When you come to an aggregator, you can see that to be able to communicate with the client, you have to switch over in between different communication channels. You have to address other people, and in this respect, the platform provides some kind of an interface. So what you say is that here is the association, and this is who I am. And once again, you can prove that you are a full-fledged expert. Thank you, Artem. On my behalf, I would like also to add that all formats of consultative aid, in our case, this is emergency psychotherapy aid, and it exists within the system of very specific trainings, and all that are different formats that should represent everything, everyone. And yes, you've got it right that we have to do sort of X-ray to highlight the most difficult things. And if a person wants to enhance their quality by using all the available opportunities, this is what we should provide to those who want to undergo lifelong learning programs and improve their professionalism. And this is what makes this platform different, because we stay focused on the quality of psychological aid. So it's not like in a hotel. So we must ensure that the quality of psychological help is uncompromised. Well, of course, we need your aid, and we've got the direct broadcasting of the conference. I believe that all the speakers would provide their presentations, and we would download the presentations, and since the day we started working together, I believe that the content that will be presented will be highly exciting, because I just loved the presentations that we were able to see here. It was very valuable both for me as a professional and for other participants. Okay, thank you so much, and it is my pleasure now to announce the second speaker from the Republic of Kazakhstan, Natalia Kluzhina. She is the psychologist and a great expert in juvenile crimes. She's highly important for our professional. She's a great expert, and I'm really happy that today her office is located in the Republic of Tajikistan, and tomorrow she's going to be in the institute, and today she's going to speak about the consultative and legal aid to children and adolescents, achievements and problems. Please, Natalia, we are really excited to listen to your presentation. Hello, dear participants. It is great pleasure for me to be here. I should justly say that we have been working on this project for many years already. The previous speakers mentioned how important it is to review specific strategies that are focused on online consultations. In our work, our task was to prevent suicides among children and adolescents. And actually, the idea of this project was brought up by an adolescent as well. So it is adolescents who stay intensively focused on what is going on. So a key task was education and the culture of addressing psychologists. But once again, we have also mentioned that there are lots of parapsychologists, parapsychiatrists. However, to ensure that professional aid is provided and there are clear-cut instruments to provide this aid, I believe that this is indeed a global resource for all our experts. And the next task is to prepare very well qualified experts. Currently, the project is being actively supported, and we hope that it is going to expand. And we see the huge potential that online counseling provides. And what we actually receive. Actually, we receive the opportunity to stay in touch with the child, no matter where this child is located. It can be just the physical psychologists who the child can address. This is the interface of our product. So what we suggest, we offer aid to adolescents, the aid against from an adolescent, another adolescent, and counseling of parents. Not all adolescents are ready to address for aid. So quite often we do it in the following way. We have mentors who actually monitor the work of our experts. This is what it all looks like. And I should say that initially it is adolescents who approach us, and then they bring their parents.
Наверное, если у тебя есть самая хорошая снасть, лучшая для рыбалки, все, что нужно, но ты рыбачишь в пустыне, к сожалению, не слишком успешный будет проект. И мы пошли туда, где...
Да, то есть наши дети находятся в интернете, и, соответственно, огромная работа была проведена со стороны нашего маркетинга. Вот здесь на слайде вы
If
можете видеть
you work in
огромный охват.
a desert, it is highly unlikely that you are going to succeed.
66 тысяч подписчиков.
Therefore, the average coverage is 66,000 subscribers, and I have a huge computer
о том, что есть мы, что есть рука
that
помощи.
we use to inform that there is aid. Aid is available. Can I rewind the slides? We have very often, we organize just lively broadcasts. We also have volunteers. And now on the slide, you can see all the projects that are being realized and implemented by our center.
Проводится большая работа с общественными организациями. Мы дружим очень
We
много.
do enormous work with
Много мероприятий проводится.
social organizations, public organizations.
Проводятся 3 клуба. Говорим о важном. Да, клуб
We have 3 clubs. Those are discussion clubs.
родительская гостиная и детская гостиная. То есть на
The
постоянной
parental
любой родитель зайти в свою группу, и там обсуждаются всевозможные вопросы, самые такие злободневные.
parental discussion club, and any actually teenager can register with the group and have a discussion. This format works for children and adolescents, both online and offline. We also have a project called Equal to Equal. This project is for a specific category of undergraduates who have no practical experience. We prepared this project with the aid of universities. 86 students were able to study within the framework of this project. Next slide, please. And a little bit about numbers. So we have been actively operating for 2 years already. We have 65,000 subscribers, and we performed lots of consultations. Okay, good. So who are our regular visitors? We see that 31% are girls, not boys. Here you can see the dynamics. We see that there is a growth, an incremental growth, the more resources we get, and we see some stabilizations. We had no just bumpy jumps.
Более-менее уже поступательный был ресурс, то есть система уже отработала.
So it turned out to be just an integral and stepwise resource. We also were able to develop a specific codifier, and ultimately we identified 3 parameters that are split across this codifier scale, and we can see that 62% are emotional requests, so that the child is just disoriented, and there is no one to support this child, no one to help this child. How could we explain this? Okay, let's look at the codifier. I would like to pay your attention to the fact that the majority of emotions stem from the family. So meaning that once a child finds support in his family, he becomes disoriented in the society. However, if there is protection in the family, the child can overcome any social situation, actually. However, if there is no support on behalf of the family, it is very difficult for the child to survive in this society. Divorce impacts children dramatically. Some 29% of those children who come from unhappy families. Once again, we have already separated the school in a specific category and into exams, because exams are high stress, love, understanding, and harmony. This is what is important for children. 11 and 12% are development. So there is only 5% of children who are ready to receive information, who are eager to receive information. The next issue, we also identified religion as a separate issue. Why did we decide to identify it as a separate issue? Well, because overall we can see that there is low level of interest among adolescents, and what we see is that children mix up different types of love. For example, this is my friend, I love her, but she became friend of a different friend, and this is very difficult for children to survive through that. Bullying, losses, suicidal depressions, all that had a very huge impact on children.
Here is the analysis on the inquiries about suicidal trends and violence. I don't know why it goes here and forth. November is very active in this because of this. Well, I don't touch anything, but it goes. I need a graph that I'll try to show you. I'll try once again. November and January are peak months. It probably goes automatically. Well, okay. Well, many people are saying about some suicidal thoughts or have some suicidal tendencies. And in these categories, we wanted include in those cases when children were just saying, "Wow, I don't want to leave. Everything is so boring." No, but we include only real cases, but we weren't sure that children had some suicidal thoughts. Here are also the graphs showing the emotions of the adolescents, of teenagers. We have the quantitative categories: depressive, suicidal trends. Probably we can stop this because it goes so fast.
Наверное, так.
Дадите, пожалуйста, может быть, вы здесь на этом.
Yeah, probably someone can assist us here.
Я хочу сказать, что вот в слайдах представлены.
Oh, it goes without my control.
Ну, и пока небольшая заминка, я хочу сказать, что
Oh, yeah, let's stop here. We have some technical glitch. Excuse me.
Где-то автоматическая настройка идет.
Yeah, well, it was a kind of a setting probably that this is why it goes automatically. Excuse me.
Ну, немножко расскажу по проблемам обучения, да, в образовательных учреждениях.
Anyway, I will try to tell you about the graphs. In educational institutions, we encounter a problem that the majority of people, a majority of schoolboys and schoolgirls are not ready to talk with the school's psychologist, and children actually are afraid to share because psychologists in the school, they are part of the school system, so children are actually afraid that something can be shared and something can be not confidential. This is why we talk a lot with the schools that probably it should be outsourced, and many actually address us in Janim. Children are talking about the future anxiety. Many children now actually having this dead inside trend with a kind of their protest. It's not even a depression. They actually deny all the emotions. I don't want to feel anything. This is actually the anxiety, and this is the fear of the future. Before, we all had this clear vision of a future, some kind of a bright future that would be good and easy. We can have some difficulties now, but the future would be good. This gave us resources to overcome the problems of today. And children currently, we don't have this resource. We don't know what the future will bring. The majority of them are actually afraid. The positive solution for them is to educate more, to learn, to have a better profession that can be a kind of a defense mechanism for them. This is why they're so afraid of exams, of something like that, because for them education is a tool to overcome all the problems. We also saw a very rapid increase of anxiety during the COVID, during different tests, state tests, different exams. At the very beginning of the project, there were many inquiries because of the domestic violence. Now we see more and more people addressing us because of the bullying. About 2% of all inquiries are actually because of the bullying. And psychologists mainly say that our inquiries were connected with the relationship between the children and their families, children and their friends. Many were addressing Janim because they were not sure of their future, their profession. 6% were addressing Janim because of some love affairs. 5% were addressing because of some health issues of their relatives. 3% were addressing because of their own health. About 2% were addressing Janim because of the home tasks. There were actually not so many differences in gender. 5 top causes for anxiety and for addressing Janine were the same. Many people were sharing that they were trying to overcome the stress through the music that's good, through loud music that is bad, through the talk with friends and families. This is good. Some were silent and were keeping silent. That is surely negative. Some were using some escapism methods like sleeping a lot. Sleeping is good, just overall escapism is not right. Some were reporting some overeating because of the problems or smoking a lot. This is quite negative. And usually children were using more of those negative ways to overcome the problems. We usually try to avoid problems. We avoid the situation, try to disregard it, and we don't try to find a solution. We just postpone the solution or any kind of a decision making in terms of this particular situation. This is why it's so important to show teenagers how it's important to stay confident and patient and calm even when the pressure is very high. Well, support becomes very, very important, especially during their studies and the most intensive studies. Well, now I want to conclude my report. I want to stress that for teenagers, it's easy to use the digital services. It's quite easy for them, it's quite comfortable for them to send the inquiry and to get the professional answer quite rapidly. What's important is to have a true professional sitting who understand what can be used in such format, what is applicable for children, what is not, and what is good for online communication and not. This is a big potential, I mean, the digital world. This is why we need to use it. We need to have methodologies to do that, and we cannot just disregard it. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we had some technical issues, but I hope we will manage. Madam Klushina, thank you very much once again. A very interesting report indeed. We now have time for the questions. Thank you very much. I want to really admire the work, what you do with a very difficult and very needy audience. I know how difficult is it to work with teenagers, especially with those with suicidal thoughts. You listed the instruments that the teenagers are using to overcome the situations that they have. Do you teach teenagers how they can do the self-therapy? So, and what instruments you share with them? Thank you very much. It's so good that you understand how it's difficult. It's not about big numbers. Those are numbers that took so much effort. This is a lot of work. When our specialists started with work, many people, many psychotherapists got really exhausted. We had heart attacks among the professionals because when we hear those nasty stories and you have to work through them, you have to be in this resource state and also drag your client in this resource state. And you are not near this child. You only hear those voices that are so afraid that are crying. Sorry, I'll interrupt you. Yeah, the tools that you give, right? Yeah, I'll stay on the topic. Yeah, we give the tools to the teenagers so that they can do the self-therapy. We also have the group works. The teenagers know that at exactly the same time, at exactly the same day, there will be the group meeting where we'll discuss how we can overcome stress, how to work. We also have different marathons. Children even give the topics to us, and we work with those inquiries from children. We work only online. Even the group therapy, group work is marathon, everything is online. We have 3 such groups. One is especially important, and everybody can ask a question and we discuss it. We have also the group work for children and the group for adults, for parents, where we can ask questions. For adults, we usually give a topic so we can discuss. And in this group where we discuss general questions, we just talk about what is important to everyone. Our cell regulations that regulate the therapy for underage teenagers, for underage people. How legally it is organized? You are a specialist in this. Thank you very much for your question. This zone is actually, this area is very difficult. Teenagers react. We actually sometimes say that we are kind of interpreters from the language of the aliens that we don't know anything about. The euro for the full-fledged therapy, we need to have the agreement from the parents. This is why we always say that we only have the supportive sessions for the teenagers in crisis situations. Children call and we support them. Our professionals support the teenagers. This is not about deep therapy sessions. When we see that it is needed, we always contact the parents. We start a family therapy. We also recommend going to some offline institutions that we have, because there are some limitations that we can do online. I believe everything should be done according to the law. This is very important what you've said. I just wanted to point out this is a different topic we won't discuss in detail. Right now, the amount of different lawsuits is huge. So it's very good to know that we not only have specialists in psychotherapy, but also specialists who know a lot in the legal studies. Those countries who sign the international agreement on the children legal status. And when the countries sign such documents, international documents, they usually go above the national legislation. And in those international agreements, it is clearly stated that every citizen, children including every teenager, has a right to have the psychotherapeutical support. And this is what's important to know. That is an aspect that is worth mentioning. We need to take in account and in consideration all the legal aspects of what is going on. So both from the professional point of view and from the legal field, in the legal perspective, it's very important. Thank you very much. And I want just to say that the issue of legal approach is very important. In Kazakhstan, 2022 is the year of child, and this is why a lot is done to support families and support children. And as for the colleagues, let's discuss it tomorrow, how we can help our fellow colleagues who get so damaged because of the stories that people are listening to. And well, not everyone gets so damaged, but we all know that professional hygiene here is very important. We need to take care of ourselves. We have a question from Mr. Tabidze. So let's give a floor to Mr. Tabidze. I just wanted to add a bit.
You don't hear Mr. Tabidi. Do you hear me now? Yeah, we do. Great. Excellent. Thank you. I've got info Niva stream. What's that? Alexander, we do not hear you because your mic is off. Could you please write your question in the chat? Yeah, it's very important for us in terms of safety because we were able already to identify several attacks. Alexander, we will take care of your questions. We are going to serve to it. Do you hear me now? Yes, we do. Great. Fantastic. It's a very important question that is being discussed. I would like to inform the professional audience that at some time, Professor Vostrikov and me, we established a book. Here is this book. This book is about emotional intelligence for children and emotional self-regulation. 10 years ago, we were able to win a grant with the president of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. And we were able to publish this book. I'm really sorry, Alexander. If you don't have questions, but if you'd like to speak about this book, no, I would like to inform that we could get united. And there are thousands of schools across Russian Federation, and we can just... I just wanted to inform you about this. Well, okay, let's switch off the function automatic slideshow. Now I would like to
Президент Международной ассоциации социальной психотерапии, созданной
to invite the next speaker. This is Madam Muricheva. She is the president of the International Association for Social Psychotherapy and Counseling, director of the Center for Psychotherapy Persona. She's going to speak about the strategic goals and functional tasks of the International Association of Social Psychotherapy and Counseling. Natalie, we are ready to listen to you. Dear colleagues, I'm so happy to meet all of you. I would like to clarify one issue about the presentation. The presentation, can you see it on the screen? And second, well, we are now trying to put your presentation on the screen. And who's going to change the slides? You can press the green button to share the slide. And you can manage the presentation. You can manage the screen sharing mode. Let's try. We see your slides. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm really sorry for the delay. The previous discussion was so much exciting. I believe that this part has added to the relevance to our discussions. Today, we see lots of destructive social pandemics. And we see that there is huge threat to the existing social order. The solutions to the existing problems and ensuring quality is crucial. We already have a meta model of social therapy and what we have started already to implement. What is meant by relevance and the model of social psychotherapy? This means an independent, scientific and political discipline that develops methods of interaction between the psychotherapist and it promotes the ability to overcome crisis situations and develops self-organization skills and resistance to the aggressive impact of the surrounding environment. It is based on active approaches, the technology, and it is tailored to eliminate risks of pandemics. What is important here is the cluster organization and interaction between social spheres, as well as 3 other areas of professional activity: psychotherapeutic area, psychogenic area, and technological. Thus, the model of social psychotherapy is academically justified, it is integral, and it is tailored to deliver an effective solution to most important social tasks. And of course, we understand that those who are directly involved in implementing this model must consolidate and prepare standards of professional activity. And actually, therefore, this example, when we wanted to actively participate, to sustain one another, and to help one another. And lastly, associations, the healthcare system, education, probably specific social aid, all those taken together are the models of social psychotherapy, meaning that all of us do one and the same thing. And we know that there is, the law of the system says that 1 + 1 is going to be 3. According to the Constitution of the Russian Federation, the Civil Code of the Russian Federation, and the federal law as of November 1296, as well as the federal law of May 1896, 21 FZ, the social organization of International Organization of Social Psychotherapy was established. This association delivers its activities based on the Charter and internationally recognized norms. Its activity is based on the principles of voluntarism, equality, and we have been also thinking whether it would be safe for all of us to participate. The association must develop these safety rules that must be transparent and clear to everyone. And then these rules would work indeed. The goal of the National Association is to consolidate everyone, is to extend social psychotherapy beyond its own very narrow scope in order to avoid destructive behavior models and other destructive social phenomena that are as large as epidemics. We also need to consolidate human resources and information resources to implement this meta model and effectively counteract the spread of the pandemics. And lastly, we must prevent the forceful spread of these pandemics. So those are not words in vain. I know how important it is for an expert to receive valuable information and valid consultations in order to find their way across some misunderstanding. All that can't be more relevant. What are other tasks of the associations? Other tasks are comprehensive scope of the population, screenings, primary prevention efforts, primary psychological aid, long-term resource support in order to avoid that the population is involved into destructive behavioral models. Third, prevent all sorts of addictions, chemical addictions, alcoholic addictions, and addictive behavioral models. So this is a large-scale effort that must be very well structured. We need clear understanding of our own role in that.
Международной ассоциации социальной психотерапии и консультирования. Первое. Это формирование
We
информационной
also need to develop a very specific informative environment that would allow us to achieve the key goals of our association. We need thematic internet channels, professional publications, and next come the effective management of online resources. What are the key aspects of activity of the International Association? First, this is a facilitation to promote the program of social psychotherapy. This means that experts should have ability to undergo some lifelong learning. Second, come the program of to educate experts and other members of the population. Next, to promote research to effectively counteract the destructive behavior. Next, to develop a regulatory base and the rights of the population when providing psychological and therapeutic aid, and to ensure that the population is resistant to destructive behaviors. We must also ensure that the rules are being implemented and followed. So these ethical issues are very important. Next, we must facilitate constructive partnerships, practical partnerships between national unions and state organizations in order to enhance partnerships and collaboration. We must facilitate international cooperation in psychotherapy, addictology, and psychological consultations. And lastly, participation in congresses, seminars, training sessions. So ultimately, who can be the member of the association? A member of this association can be citizens of the Russian Federation who are 18 years of age and over, who have higher medical or psychological or pedagogical education, citizens who have higher education in social work and respective qualifications according to the standards of major psychotherapeutic modalities. Second, those could be people who have basic or border competencies, for example, psychotherapists, psychologists, social workers, and all sorts of consultants. The difference between psychotherapists and neighboring competencies considers the implementation of technologies. Into bargain, here come other unions, social unions, public unions, and representatives of other allied subject areas. Naturally, I would like to say that a few words about the international status of the associations. Its members could be citizens of other countries that are involved into international activities of the associations, as well as foreign citizens or individuals without a citizenship who have voiced their desire to be members of this association, except for the cases stipulated by international laws and the laws of the Russian Federation. The structure of the association looks as follows.
Высшим руководящим органом ассоциации является
The chief managerial body of the association is the General Assembly of its members, and the regular managerial body is its board. The president of the association performs sole executive activities on behalf of the association. In conclusion, I would like to say that the International Association of Social Psychotherapy and Consulting is a highly demanded authority, and its structure is tailored to bring together representatives from different disciplines as well as cross-discipline experts. And this allows to ensure highly practical and sustainable results within the shortest time possible in order to overcome destructive social epidemics. Everyone is welcome for cooperation.
В связи с тем, что мы вот здесь все-таки должны каким-то образом вписываться в регламент.
Well, considering that we should follow the time limits and we have a lot of time yet left, I would like to ask a few questions because we need some discussion too. I would like now to give the floor to Vladimir Savkin, and we are going to leave the discussion and questions to the very end of the conference. Mr. Savkin is going to speak about different components of psychotherapy. Mr. Savkin is the candidate of biological sciences, professor of the Department of General Psychology of the International Personal Academy, full member of the International Academy of Authors of Scientific Discoveries and Inventions. Mr. Savkin is going to speak about ethical, cultural, and spiritual values as components of social psychotherapy in the work of a psychologist consultant. Madam previous speaker, I would like to thank you for your presentation. It is a highly relevant presentation, and the association that you introduced is indeed highly demanded because it is a tool to monitor the quality of psychological and psychiatric help to our population. Mr. Savkin, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Can I already switch my presentation? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you, but we still seeing the presentation of Madam Muracheva. Now you have the right to share your screen and presentation. Now we can see your presentation. Yeah, everything is good. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Today's topic is mainly dedicated to the ethical issues related to the social psychotherapy. Unfortunately, I somehow cannot change the slides. Just click the arrows. Oh, great, thank you.
Викторович, пожалуйста, слушаем вас.
Да, не управляется у меня.
Unfortunately, I cannot really understand how to navigate through my slides. Click right to the left and you can then click the slides. For me, everything is frozen, unfortunately. Try to launch the presentation once again. Yeah, everything happens, so we're ready to listen to you. That's what is important. Psychiatrics, according to Mr. Katkov, in his recently published book, is a quite natural and relevant stage in the development of classical ethics, and then of bioethics, which has important substantive and qualitative differences from its predecessors. The epistemological analysis of the cultural and scientific preconditions for the formation of a concept of ethics shows that the constructive development of ethical teaching, as well as that of the mental science sectors in general, inevitably leads to an awareness of the need for an updated understanding of the genesis of the ethical imperatives that govern human behavior and social activity in the contemporary world. The category of ethics is undoubtedly and primarily related to the civilizational development. We all know that Pythagoras believed that moral principles should be the basis of human existence and the foundation of the rules of human governments. His legacy is so designated: the golden laws and the moral rules of Pythagoras. Here he says in particular that all human achievements are produced by education. It's by education that philosophers differ from profanes and free people from the slaves. Aristotle, the recognized author of the term ethics, believed that the man's moral nature alone is not enough, and that the coercive laws are needed to educate virtue. This great thinker made it clear that ethics should be the basis for the education and should be of great value for citizens themselves and for the state. Other specialists in the field of world religion says, Stephen Proterer says that the most powerful religious movements at their core are a way of restoring of a broken, in some important way, damaged social order. We are talking here about the damage to the ethical basis of human existence, and humanistic wing of the world's religious denominations performs the function of a much needed and large-scale social psychotherapy. Unfortunately, the slides are a bit slow. In the meanwhile, religious world view alone, even taken into the account the complexity of the phenomena of religious experience, varies of its interpretation, formation of the corresponding religious doctrine, etc. This is hard to explain. In the preface to the first edition of Ethics by Wundt, he outlined his position of the principle on these issues as follows. Romantic ideas gave way to the mature analysis. And out of this broadening of the horizon came that the general conception of a spiritual life, which now forms the common property for all of the sciences of spirit, and which was first expressed in the philosophical idealism which appeared after Kant. Unfortunately, I cannot move the slides. In the field of mental disciplines, and primarily in psychology and psychotherapy, attempts have been made to conceptualize ethical imperatives from the perspective of the emergent theories of the psyche. For example, the outstanding German psychologist and philosopher Huber Münsterberg, at the very beginning of the 20th century, spoke of a fundamental possibility of advancing in the field of a study and adequate interpretation of ethical teaching through an in-depth study of a human psyche. As one of the most able and notable students of Wilhelm Wundt, Münsterberg also embraced the great scholar precept with regard to the need to develop the psychological aspects of ethical teaching. In particular, in one of his seminal works, Fundamentals of Psychotechnics, first published in 1914, Münsterberg writes the following: there can be no doubt that all logical processes of thought, all ethical impulses to action, all aesthetic feelings, all religious exaltations, and finally, all metaphysical speculations are given in the mind of an individual and can therefore be understood as psychological phenomena. The task, therefore, would be to describe and explain them as fully as possible. Now, let's address the work of a brilliant theorist and practitioner of psychology, Carl Gustav Jung, who, as a researcher of fundamental tradition of psychoanalysis, were held in highest esteem by Freud. Jung thinks quite in the tradition of classical psychoanalysis, and he says the following: if the disorder consists in displacement, then this factor, namely displacement, belongs to a higher psychic order. It's a highly complex entity. For example, it could be a rational, ethical, aesthetic, religious, or other representation, somehow connected with tradition. It's a sphere of dominance of higher complexity, which has its own energy, surpassing the energy of psychological processes. Another famous expert in the field of psychoanalysis, the eminent philosopher and humanist Erich Fromm, paid the closest attention to the ethical issues. In his most recent writings, Fromm explicitly stated that the search for substantive answers to such questions is crucial for humanity, and what is perhaps the most dramatic period in its history. He said that this search should be conducted in human nature. He was saying that our knowledge of human nature doesn't lead to ethical relativism, but rather the source of norms of moral behavior should be sought in human nature itself. Moral norms are based on innate human qualities. Violation of these norms leads to emotional and mental breakdown. Fromm convincingly argued the thesis that man functions abnormally if only material needs are met to ensure his physiological survival, rather than his specific human needs and abilities such as love, tenderness, rationality, joy, etc. Some definitions of culture in this slide just as Sukharev was saying, can also be described as having to do with psychological health. Here, an understanding of culture as a way of organizing and developing human life activity, including the system of social norms, institutions, some spiritual values, in the totality of people's relationship to nature, to themselves, to other people. In this connection, the polemics around understanding of the functional role of religion in the treatment of persons suffering from mental illnesses is also of interest. Researchers point out that many people turn to religion as a life source that serves to enhance different adaptive functions: self-regulation, attachment, emotional comfort, sense-making, spirituality. So at least some characteristics of mental health quality. As it is clear from all of the above mentioned, concepts that I've mentioned significantly enrich and specify the understanding of the patterns of ethical attitudes and appropriate behavior in situations of moral choice among professionals acting in psychotherapy and counseling psychology. In particular, the understanding of how the concepts of justifying general ethical principles which manifest independently of the characteristics of the ethical system and are self-evident. This is the quote from Madame Klueva. The crisis of Western culture, according to the authors of the book Social Aspects of Totality, this is the book by Mr. Kostukov and Madame Goch. Well, it is manifested, first of all, by the halt in the development of consciousness and the shift of thought activity into mentality. Consciousness is a continuum of disclosure and existence of a spirit. And without the expansion of consciousness, there is nowhere to nestle between the human spirit and the spirit of an entire era. This was manifested by the fact that in the soul of Western European culture, the inherent desire for the infinite has disappeared. Cognition as a means of development of the spirit and man had come to a halt. The spiritual world is open only partly and is closed to the entire culture. This doesn't require the development of consciousness, a sober mind, logic, and mental schemes are sufficient, and that's it. Mr. Oswald Spengler, the sword and song of Western European culture, concludes that there is no humanity and no world history. Cultures, races are closed monads with a closed fate. For him, different types of culture experience a cycle of their own destiny. Spengler foresaw the end of the era of the age, but could do nothing. In the new cycle, a society which will not contribute to the spiritual formation of youth and its own transfiguration is doomed. The requirement of a new age is the discovery of a creative aspect of man, for which the need of self-development must be formed and its spirituality encouraged. Spiritual values are, above all, the spiritual state of a man, his relations in society, his contribution to the development of society and society itself, providing the conditions for the formation and development of personality. Relationships are the manifestation of a personal spiritual life and its individual qualities, will, love, morality, etc., which are expressed in thoughts, feelings, actions. And these, in turn, are determined by the work of the brain and psyche. The awareness of relationships are an important stage in the spiritual development of the individual, but a large part of human relationships are created by rules and habits and are not understood, which creates fear. People stop trusting themselves, and even more, they don't trust their future. Well, here I want to quote Bayer, and man constantly predicts his life with a negative background. At the root of any excitement is a nasty feeling called the word fear. let us stop being afraid and be like God. Spiritual values should become cognition. This is the cognition of truth. Reducing all life to the life of the mind, the thinking impoverishes it and furthermore makes it inferior. The dissociation of cognition, art, morality is also the dissociation of man, disintegration of his basic motives that doesn't allow him to achieve integrity and harmony of existence and is the source of constant dissatisfaction. This is the quote from Sherdakov. To summarize the above-mentioned historical excursus and the realities of a modern society expressed in an ongoing crisis in economy and on international level in politics, according to the experts in the field of psychology, a mental crisis, and according to the others, this is a crisis of consciousness. I believe it's important for the Book of Counselor to have a solid foundation in the form of compliance with ethical norms, fulfillment of a moral code, constant development of a culture of relationships, the spiritual values, replenishment of mental health, and an ongoing process of professional competence growth. The Code of Ethics adopted and approved by the professional psychotherapeutic community will be the main normative document regulating questions of professional ethics in the work of psychotherapeutic specialists, and it's the foundation. The main purpose of the Code of Ethics for professionals who work in the field of psychotherapy is primarily to protect people, involved in the field from possible abuse and manipulation. Here it's also important to define the rights of the beneficiaries of psychotherapeutic care, which is an important component of the underlying concept of psychoethics, in which a long-term strategy of psychotherapeutic activity and contemporary practice of professional psychotherapeutic care are built up. The Declaration of the Rights of Psychotherapeutic Service consolidates the ethical principles which form the basis for the legal aspects of a professional care process in terms of ensuring the rights of the recipients of professional psychotherapeutic services. And to conclude, I want to say that a specialist in psychology and psychotherapy with ethical values and skills is an important link in the social psychotherapy meta-model. Well, excuse me that I couldn't really give you all the slides, but anyway, I hope you enjoyed my report. Thank you very much, Mr. Savkin.
Есть такое профессиональная этика в работе психотерапевтов и
It was
консультантов.
very interesting to listen to your report about the ethics. You covered all very important points. Right now, we don't have questions, probably because people are a bit tired and because your report was so full of details, so it gives time, it needs some time to be processed. Yeah, the Code of Ethics is something that ensures some positive pressure on the specialists. The declaration is adopted by the League, but at the same time, and I believe it is even more important. It's very important for the training of the professionals, especially in the field of social psychotherapy. Well, it will be very important to form those, to have this ethical understanding. And I hope that soon we'll have less problems with the ethical part of our work. Social psychotherapy is the sole direction of psychotherapy that looked really closely on the possible negative consequences of our professional support. We looked very closely to this problem. When we go to the drugstore and buy some medicine, where in the description of the medicine we have a very long list of possible consequences. So this is what we should also take into the account. Ethical issues are very delicate issues, and we all want to know to have no ethical consequences. Our potential clients need to understand this as well. This is something that defines us from our types of psychotechnologies that exist on the market. Thank you very much, Mr. Savkin. Distinguished colleagues, we have one more report that is so very important to us all, and everybody now is looking forward to it. How we can talk about the COVID pandemics. Yes, we are talking about this. It's not a new problem. We're talking about here today and tomorrow. And now it's my pleasure to present our next speaker, Mr. Daniel Chugunov, psychologist, psychotherapist, representative of the Joint European Register of Psychotherapists. We'll be talking about the damage of gestalts during the pandemics.
конце, значит, сейчас уровень бодрости нашей.
Well, I believe that now the atmosphere is going to be more vibrant and we are going to be more joyful because Mr. Chugunov is a brilliant, a very smart speaker. Thank you so much, distinguished colleagues, distinguished chairs. It is a great honor for me to present my presentation and to share the interim results of our psychotherapeutic research. And this is an attempt to rethink the adaptation mechanisms. We are going to focus on the experience of our patients who addressed for psychiatric help. We were able to identify several dependencies. We relied on the principles developed by the scientific school of Bekhterev, Mesishev, and Karvasarsky, as well as using the conceptual apparatus of Gestalt modality. We can assume that more erased picture and qualitative differences can be observed in healthy or conditionally healthy people who have a great resource to of adaptation thanks to internal settings as well as optimally built system of personality relations. Next slide, please.
Спасибо. Ну, пока вот тот слайд, который нужен. Итак, перечислим лишь некоторые аспекты переживания пандемии, включая тревогу.
Okay, we would like to mention several aspects. Those would include anxiety, vital threat, prolonged change in habitual lifestyle, disadaptation, probable experience of illness and post-exposure syndrome, psychosocial effects of isolation, prevention measures including vaccination, and forced encounter with a global disaster. And I would like to focus on the last point. And the above phenomena can be easily correlated with the symptoms of demoralization, according to J. Frank. We can find almost all of them in the listed list. So all that is about demoralization phenomena and symptoms according to Frank. I'm not going to read all that out, but we can just highlight that demoralization is a functional decrease in the capacity for constructive self-organization in crisis and stressful situations, and a kind of getting stuck, freezing in subjective time. And therefore, the importance of these factors. Moreover, I should note that the specialized techniques and methods identified by Mr. Katkov, including the effects of creative adaptation and hyperplasticity in the encounter with the present, here and now, a return to the dialogical form of interaction with the actual present, and a simultaneous transition from the position of victim of circumstances in the pandemic to the phenomenology of emergent co-authorship in the past, present, future dynamics can be considered as the possible tools of social psychotherapy. The term Gestalt, understood as a holistic and divisible image, historically refers to the phenomenology of visual perception, namely the features of configuration where the whole Gestalt is perceived as something more than the sum of the parts, is put in the title of the paper. Creative adaptation implies active search and non-standard solutions. The interdeterminacy of the pandemic can be seen as a kind of screen for discovering meaningful unconsciousness past meanings. The fashionable saying to close the Gestalt refers to the need to complete an action that was started in the past but was interrupted. But circumstances are always changing in the limit, provoking a syndrome of demoralization and maladaptation. There can be a layering of personal developmental features and past events with multiple destructive aspects of the environment, including experiences of pandemics, actualizing eschatological fears. As a result, habitual ways of containing and interrupting the need interfere with the awareness of the patient and the fulfillment in the present. In this regard, optimal completion of the adaptive creative cycle and coping with the new conditions can be seen as a relevant and universal psychotherapeutic target. We examined patients with a proven history of coronavirus infection who first applied for professional psychotherapeutic help and were treated accordingly. These patients demonstrated no safety feeling, and they were unable to satisfy their present desires. And therefore, we can consider these patients as target prone or COVID depression prone. So all these patients had the diagnosed and justified coronavirus infection, and then they addressed to psychotherapists. All of them were hospitalized with all the required medical supervision and complied isolation regime and necessary prescriptions. After a relatively short interval thereafter, patients noted a deterioration in their emotional state as well as the presence of post-convulsive symptoms. 62 patients, 50 females and 12 males, mean age 38, were examined. This slide shows the distribution of the patients. I'm not going to focus in greater detail on the distributions. The research is still going on. To research the dynamic of adaptation, we used the classification by Professor Wassermann at the Bekhterev Institution to determine the peculiarities of experimental psychosomatics. We were able to identify specific prevailing features, and this allowed us to interpret the data in psychotherapeutic and psychological scope. The peculiarities of the interpretation of the data related to the principle of isomorphism as the possibility of repetition of common properties. Thus, characteristic frozen patterns of contact instruction will appear in a wide range of situations, constituting the adaptive and adaptive style of the individual in question. There is a greater emphasis on psychotherapeutic aspects and interpretation in the report. Let me limit my main findings to a schematic presentation. We were able to receive the following results. The dynamic features of adaptation allowed us to obtain the following results. According to the diagnostic principles of the SRV methodology, extremely pronounced indicators that differ from the mean normal data are most important. Coronavirus-infected individuals are an extremely high mean past tense, a reduced mean present tense, and an elevated future tense. In the structure of the past, the scale past value is the most pronounced, reflecting the number of past events that have increased personal meaning of the subjects, characterizing a pronounced desire to remember and a certain regression to the past. In a certain sense, the past contains positive results that are pleasant to recall and at the same time incomplete developmental situations, incomplete actions that, according to the Zeigarnik effect, are not only better remembered but also poorly integrated with the rest of the experiences. In the normative sample, this indicator is significantly lower. The average index of the presence is reduced, which coincides with the normative data, but its structure reviewed the parameter feeling of the present, which has an extremely negative value, indicating a certain distancing from occurring events as a mechanism of psychological protection. Thus, we can speak of a difficulty in being aware of actual here and now needs in contact with the present and a greater interest in the past. The avoidance of tension at the edge of contact is based on mechanisms of age regression, remembering how it used to be. However, this does not allow for the whole cycle of Gestalt contact, meeting the here and now with what is important now. Situations of helplessness and uncertainty, anxieties and threats, global eschatological fears, loss of control and security partly repeat the events and situations of the past, as if layering on them and reinforcing them, but without the possibility of quantitative realization. The parameters of the future have greatest number of differences from the normative sample. The average index of the future is elevated with extremely high levels of positive emotionality magnitude and an extremely low sense of the future. Thus, having expressed plans and colorful dreams with high levels of motivations, patients dissociated from them, this mechanism is characteristic of the procrastination mechanism of putting off, even though the activity level of the future is higher than in the present parameters. The expected emotional result is also much higher, despite for more for the same level of activity is noted. Thus, the focus of need is in the form of retreat into daydreams and reveries, projections of the future time in which all is already well. However, these goals are extremely attractive, but unfortunately unrealistic and reflect ambitions and dreams rather than real plans and contextually understandable needs. Thus, the patient's main focus of attention is localized either in incomplete events of the past or in a beautiful but distant future, reflecting chronic mechanisms of interrupted creative contact with the present and creating a state of frustration as a presentation of inner conflicts and neurotic disturbances. As a comparison, this slide represents comparative data for patients with neurotic and endogenous depression who have extremely low present values, but in neurotic depression, there is a phenomenon of hope for the future, and past values are also closer to normative values. In this regard, the profile of COVID sufferers is isomorphic to neurotic depression, but with higher levels of unrealized arousal. The experience of a COVID-19 as part of the past was supplemented by an assessment of the spirit with a separate questionnaire experiencing time during illness. What like? These experiences were found to be characterized by extremely low levels of activity, and negative emotionality indicated marked frustration of significant need at the time of the illness, elevated measures of magnitude and structure, and diminished levels of feeling. Thus, the experience is rated as meaningful, unpleasant, and distant. The normative average graph is smoother, characterizing the absence of pronounced extreme attitudes or difficulties at the same time of the study, which allows it to be seen as a constructive version of the adaptation to the prevailing conditions. So we can see that the main extreme activity is skewed toward the past. The background is thus oversaturated with stimuli, memories, fantasies, incomplete situations, and so on, making it difficult to make choices and to understand what is relevant and what is not. Therefore, if we look at the horizontal line, we see the level of activity, and it sometimes can be lower than that. Thus, we can see that the cycle required to achieve satisfaction starts with the formula. The background is thus oversaturated with stimuli, memories, fantasies, incomplete situations. And as a result, the realization of a need in the present is hindered. The life cycle of actual gestalt can schematically be seen as a function of activity and arousal over time. We can overlay our findings on Goodman's optimal contact cycle with an explanation that this makes sense for here and now situation, that is, at the moment of completing the technique when the description of the future refers not so much to the actual result itself, since it does not yet exist, as to the expectation and prediction and the anticipation of the desired. At the same time, we understand that the scheme of the contact cycle schematically reflects the movement in time, if only one need, while the SRV technique allows us to obtain a generalized impression of the lifetime in the form of features of semantic evaluation. Nevertheless, in both cases, the basic mechanisms of contacts and interruptions are isomorphically repeated. The actual state at the time of completing the technique organizes the perception of time periods. The slide shows the obtained results. As we can see, past and future are oversaturated with arousal, but the present, which actually links intention and outcome in the here and now contact cycle, is markedly diminished. Whereas Goldman's optimum normative cycle is reversed, increasing arousal to the present, satisfaction of need and satisfaction from meeting arousal, the object of need and one's own actions to a gradual decline and transition to new need. In other words, I already know what I want it badly, but I haven't started anything in the present yet, and then I don't start, and then I don't start, and so on and so on and so forth. Perhaps the pandemic is already over, and yet I don't start. A prolonged stay in this configuration not only does not allow for real satisfaction and release of tension in connection with the actualized need, but also requires a certain amount of internal effort, leaving all possible provocative stimuli in the background, avoiding interactive interaction with the environment. The findings describe the difficulty in satisfying actual needs during the pandemic as a result of a repetitive layering of habitual avoidance in the past memories or fantasies about the future. In this regard, the dialogic variants of psychotherapy can be seen as a priority, helping to build and strengthen the actual connections of the needs motivational sphere with the actual present, first in a process of here and now dialogue with the psychotherapist, and then in the form of interactions in the life field. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. It was a very exciting report.
Well, we continue our run. I believe this report could be a very good part of the tomorrow's discussion, but I hope that people still are able to comprehend such an interesting report. Probably have questions in the chat. Well, chat has frozen probably in the attempt to work and to comprehend the report. Our question from the audience. Thank you very much for your report. It was indeed very interesting. And I can but ask about the methodology. And do you believe what types of Gestalt therapy can be used for social psychotherapy in mass? Thank you very much for your question. I believe that the majority of models and methodologies can be used. First of all, I want to highlight the different modalities of dialogue. When there is a possibilities of different meetings on different levels, my favorite question regarding this, both in groups and individually, it's important to understand who meets whom, also psychologically. Who are these people, what's going on, what happens between them. So all kinds of clarification, what's going on, who meets whom on different levels is very, very important. Maybe you can show some of the examples, especially in working with fears. As for the individual work, maybe some people think about fear as of something terrorizing images. Those associations actually haunt them, and the real contact with present state, with present reality, is very hard for them. When we show that those fears are in the past already, this is very psychotherapeutic for them. I cannot, unfortunately, share some of your examples, but some images, some metaphors and associations are absolutely fantastic and stunning. Here, I would also like to ask, so different types of worlds, VUCA world meet the TICA world representatives. But I believe that's very important to have such meetings. We want to understand, we want everybody to understand that VUCA world is not the best solution for us all. Anything else? Other comments, questions? You've said that many people know what to do, but don't know how to do, or don't do anything. Let's be those people who do something. Well, from the point of view of social psychotherapy, reanimation, this is actually about the essence of social psychotherapy. We want to become alive again from such from a frozen state. This is kind of a rehabilitation and reanimation, revival, and this is very important for us all. Any other comments or questions? Mr. Chuganov, thank you very much. The report is very interesting, and those who are still full of life and zest, they surely got a lot from your report. This was the last report for today, and we have time for Q&A to all of the speakers, and now it's high time to discuss. Please read out read out loud the question. The question from Madam Almagestova. In your strategy, the target audience for 60 plus, are they actually being included in your strategy? They are the third part of population, and in like 10 years, we will compromise almost 47% of population. Yes, surely we take into account those people who are over 60 years old. The clinical and genetic truth is the following. The age of 60 plus, and this is the age of the real blooming of a person. So according to the genes, we actually at our maximum at 60s. But why people die after 60? Why they die when genes say that it's the best time for them? There were lots of debates about it. During the City Health Conference in London, it was debated a lot. I was a speaker there. Well, we are all specialists in getting old far too early. In our concept and our ideology, we don't talk about aging. We're talking about the first youth up to 45 years, and the second youth up to 75, and the third youth is from 75 and higher. My special interest is the phenomena of time, and here I'm absolutely sure that in case of a proper ideology of social psychotherapy, based on facts, then from the informational destructive way of life and way of thinking, we'll go to another level. We'll have a super resourceful conditions, and people would live longer. This is a fact. And this is what I want to promote. The real professional psychotherapy is all about it. The parapsychologists say that they continue life, make life longer up to 100 years, 500 years. That's a bullshit. Genetics shows that we can live up to 120 years at maximum. But up to this age, we can do really a lot, even with a very high quality of life, very good conditions that can be super resourceful. Our understanding of age is very important. We want to work more with people who are older, and we are absolutely sure that they are more than ready for this. So for 60 plus, actually everything is only beginning for them. And we even don't have to prepare to anything. We need to understand to get rid of those chronic trend to follow those viral scenarios. We are all thinking about having the most damaging scenarios and follow them in our brains. What are the methods to influence mass media who discredit the psychotherapy? Well, I try to take this. I believe we have nothing left to do, but show how much we can do. That real psychotherapeutic work can bring lots of resources. We need to use the same resources as those who try to discredit us. And in case we want this competition, if people will see how their life is improving through our work, if we get the good tools to regulate themselves, we won't be that passive under this water flow of fake information. We will filter those flows of information themselves, and then we won't be targeted by any kind of discredited information like film called Trigger. Madam Titova, thank you very much. I also believe that we need to probably legally stop this. What we can also do, we can root out mercilessly those discredited information. Let's create our own media projects. I believe that the next series should be written by our specialists, so that we would create something that will properly show our work. No one will remember about this trigger when we create our own series. I approve it. Certainly, especially if we do it together, when we'll be with the winners. The next question is from Mr. Tabizo. It's a comment. Probably we should discuss the information of the portrait of psychological workers. This is a sad topic. Let's discuss it, but probably not today. This is a very interesting topic, but probably we should remember this. I will write it down and remember. I believe we should discuss it tomorrow, either at the end of the first part or at the end of the second part. Let's address this question tomorrow. I believe we cannot really draw only one portrait of a specialist of this in psychotherapy. We need to have several of them to show the scope. We need to draw all the extremums, all the possibilities, all the possible portraits of our colleagues. I know lots of specialists, so for me it's easy to create such portraits, and let's discuss it. But let's discuss several portraits at least, and let's memorize it for tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Tabidze, for taking the interest in our program. Thank you for your suggestions, for comments, questions, remarks. Your comments are indeed very interesting. Mr. Tabidze is actually a doctor of physics and mathematics, right? So Mr. Tabidze has lots of experience in a wide range of topics. He quotes a lot Freud and Jung from very interesting perspective, and all those quotes actually that Mr. Tabidze is showing during his presentation and his speech, those are also the quotes that I like a lot.
Спасибо.
Если вопросов нет, то давайте будем
There are no questions for today. Let's call it a day. If there are any comments right now, I hope that you enjoyed it, that you can take something with you from this conference. Do you want generally to comment on the day that has passed?
I
believe we are all quite tired, so I'll be very short. Useful, interesting. We were talking a lot about our colleagues from parapsychology. I respect them a lot because the majority of them actually they deliver some results. Probably we'll discuss it tomorrow, so it will be a kind of a hook for tomorrow. They talk actually on a language that is understandable for other people, and we are quite often not very understandable. So I hope that something will change and we would be understood by the people. The trigger of this film is understandable for people. This is why people watch it. And what we offer sometimes is not that understandable. I believe today has already was done a lot. It's very good that we had such a good team today. And we started the Congress so good with our conference dedicated to social psychotherapy. And I want to thank the organizers, want to thank you for the possibility to discuss such important matters with the colleagues. We also want to thank you a lot. Thank you to your team. Thank you for your active participation. Thank you for everything that you've covered today, and thank you for the questions. Madam Titova, probably now I will give the floor to you. Lots of information. It still needs to be processed. I really enjoy that I'm part of this interesting event. I'm happy to get to know many people, and I believe it's the beginning of a good friendship, of good cooperation. We all understand now it's time to consolidate our experiences, to work together. It's good we have technical people who know how to promote, because for us it's usually a big problem that we cannot really promote our services, and this is actually cannot be said about the parapsychologists. They use manipulative strategies that are quite tricky. And for me, the day was very interesting, and I want to thank all of the participants, all of our listeners. Thank you to you all. Madam Titova, thank you very much. I would also like to comment on this day. It's really necessary to be understandable, to be understood by other people. Otherwise, we will be only professionals who are isolated and can only talk to each other. And to change something, it's important to be understood by other people, by our clients, by our possible customers. I hope, and I believe it is absolutely true. I hope that the main message today is that the social psychotherapy is something that is real already. It's not a fantasy anymore.
Well, in this respect, we were understood on a professional level among the professional fellow community. And the next is that we rely on really solid academic base that embraces decades of work, and therefore our tomorrow's conference would be devoted to psychotherapy as an academic discipline. This conference is indeed unprecedented. It is so special because psychotherapy is our main area of science, and it can be only vanguard science. It can't be just classical science, because otherwise it would fail. So it is a highly important question, but if just to be heard, we promise we are going to speak the same language, and tomorrow I would like to declare that our tomorrow conference would start at 10 a.m. Moscow time. Our audience, I believe, is going to be more perceptive and more interested. And this is my hope. This is what I anticipate. Thank you so much to everyone. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the speakers. I'm very much satisfied with the level of this conference, with the content of the presentations. I was so much excited to listen to most of the presentations. And I hope this conference was not the waste of time. Thank you very much for your attention. Goodbye.